Hello, 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 greetings, salutations, konnichiwa, and every other form of green across this vast, marvelous multiverse. I am Matsu Quinox, this is Horace, and welcome back, my dear scholars, to The Study! And thank you, Kintron, for the hydrate redeem. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ah, so, today, my dear scholars, my dear wonderful scholars, and everyone who's listening in, we have a very special stream going on. We have a visitor here in the study. Darth, I see FTWastes is with you. I was just about to introduce him. Here in the study, we have FTWastes. I hope I did that right.
You did absolutely fine.
I so oh my goodness, goodness. We don't have visitors that often here in the study. I'll be honest. Not like this. It's mostly horrors.
I know. It was interesting being transported into a semi-extra dimensional space like this. That is a first for me, I have to say.
I apologize if there was any bumps or bruises you might have gotten. I mean, let's be fair. Transport into the study can be a bit daunting for some.
Honestly, it was a little too smooth, if that makes sense. Like, I've never felt transport quite that smooth. It was unnerving.
Well, yeah, I've heard that from some people, but that means the study likes you. Thankfully.
I'm grateful, but also kind of, curious as to maybe why that was. But hey, I'm not going to complain.
Yeah. So, introduce yourself then to our fine scholars.
Of course, of course. Hello, everyone. I am from the Wastes. I am a horror and horror tangential content VTuber. I do video gaming. I do artwork. I do horror story readings from time to time. And I'm sure there's going to be more stuff in the future, but I haven't assimilated enough biomass to make any of that happen, so that's what I am currently saddled with for the time being, as fun as it all is.
Okay, let me see. I'm trying to give you a shout out so everyone knows this. Hopefully I got this right. Oh my goodness. There we are! This is my first time doing a shout out, believe it or not.
Oh, I'm so grateful. Thank you.
I've never done it before. I think it's because I've seen it done in other ways. And, oh my goodness. Things I learn. So, tonight we are talking about a very interesting topic, aren't we?
Yeah, I mean, it was one that, I was surprised at how much I knew about it, yet also daunted by how much I didn't know, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I understand. It was one. Hello there, what the heck is that, Abby? Oh my goodness. It's a top.
Oh, that's a toaster. That's a toaster emote.
I can't support toaster. Oh my goodness, we got a support toaster. My toaster does not support me at all in the study. Our kitchen is missing again after only being here for a day, so I can't have a toaster. Yeah, it's a topic that actually I've been actually kind of fond of. I mean, I do like the odd horror story, and I'm guessing you do as well.
It tends to pop up from time to time in my line of study.
Yeah, yeah, and for me at least, this topic, it kind of crisscrosses with one of my other interests, which is, fairy tales, folklore, mythology.
Very much so. Honestly, this genre I don't think would exist without myth, folktale, and the like.
No, it really would. Yeah. Oh.
I was just gonna say, come to think of it, most all horror could basically be traced back to folklore.
Yeah, yeah, yes, of course. In fact, some of the early ones, like some of the Grimm fairy tales and all that, that could be considered horrifying, kind of cross into that.
Yeah, a lot of the
bit.
time, a lot of them you will find have kind of a more mix. Like you have your heroic elements and you have your horrific elements, but then as time goes on, those all just have kind of branched off, and kind of you have some that are just the heroic, some are just the horror.
Yeah, yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. Kintron, good old urban legends. Yes, well,
Exactly.
yes, yes, yes. Born from this as well. I think we didn't mention what the topic was. I just
Not
realized.
yet.
Not yet.
Not by name.
So no. So what? FTWastes and myself will be talking about tonight is folk horror. Which, yeah, it's, do we have a definition for folk horror somewhere?
Uh, in a very general sense, I think I remember reading that it is like horror pertaining to specifically elements of like myth and folklore. And at least as far as my experience goes, with more on the film side of things, typically set in a more rural or isolated setting with kind of hints toward like classical sort of belief systems and things like that.
Yeah, often, like, the horror comes from the ritual rather than, say, some tangible things sometimes ritual and belief or something like that.
Oh my goodness, FTWastes, welcome in.
Oh,
So
hello there.
this is a friend of mine who is a massive film buff, and I can honestly say I would not be here talking as in depth about this if it weren't for them.
Oh, exciting! I hope we can do this, some, what's the word I'm looking for?
Some justice.
Some justice. That's the word I'm looking for.
Mhm.
Some justice to that topic for dear Weiss. Oh, I got that name wrong. Oh, boo.
Boo. Boo.
Boo.
My dude.
Hello there, Rutsuka. Welcome. Good to have you here. Kinshon, good folk fairy tale that borders horror, the robber bridegroom. You know, would that count as folk horror a little bit? I mean,
I'm not sure. That's a new story title to me.
Oh, it's how do I explain? It's a fairy tale about a woman who is tricked into essentially marrying the head of a group of robbers who live deep in the forest.
Ooh.
And who plan to basically enslave her for their own ends.
I could see that being like a more realistic sort of horror story, like a kidnapping horror story kind of thing.
Yeah. And I suppose it being set in the woods could count as folk horror? Maybe.
I think maybe. Well, I can't even say that, because in some cases folk horror doesn't necessarily breach into the supernatural.
It's true.
But usually at least anything that occurs in folk horror at least has people who believe in the supernatural.
Yeah, because it's not always, what is the supernatural. Sometimes it's because of a belief system or a ritual or something some superstition.
Superstition and like old tradition sort of deal. And there will be a very good example of that I know both of us know that we will be bringing up.
Kinshon, one version is enslave, another version is quartering and eating. Lovely. Ooh. Weiss.
Yeah, cannibal horrors.
Yeah. Yes, there's plenty of that actually sometimes in it. I actually found out where the term folk horror comes from, believe it or not.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I'll just use this as a little introduction thing. The term was actually fairly modern. Oh my goodness, Ritsuko, what are you doing to me?
I guess that means I gotta take sips too.
Yeah.
Fine.
Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, Weiss is right. Paganism.
Paganism, yeah. The term is fairly new. I believe it was coined in the 70s.
I might even say now. Okay, here I'll just break out what I was discussing with you a little bit earlier. Before getting on today, I was scrolling through just some stuff to watch and just pass the time until stream time, and I happened upon a documentary about the history of folk horror in film.
I think I know the one.
Let me. I have the title here. Hang on.
I think I know the one.
Woodlands Dark and Days Bewitched: A History of Folk Horror.
I think I've heard of it, never seen it, but yeah, I think I know the one. But go on.
Yeah, all 3 hours of it was yes. Yeah, the actual term for folk horror first popped up in, I believe, the 60s, and it was like a throwaway description in like a review of a film that like categorized some of what happened in the film as folk horror.
I can tell you what
And
film that is too.
oh, you can.
Yeah, I can tell you. It was the 1960s film Blood on Satan's Claw.
Yes,
Yes.
which are apparently, according to this, part of a trilogy of quote-unquote founding folk horror films. The Blood on Satan's Claw.
Hmm.
Oh shoot, I saved them. Where were they? Um, the Blood on Satan's Claw, Witchfinder General,
Oh yeah.
and the one that we are both very familiar with, The Wicker Man.
I love The Wicker Man. That is such a good
Mhm.
movie.
It's absolutely fantastic.
Which
And
fight?
pro-
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was about to say props to you for the artwork promoting this. It was a fantastic reference to the film. I loved it.
Thank you, thank you. That took me a while. Weiss, Witchfinder General is Kinshon. Witchfinder General with our Lord and Prophet Vincent Price. Yes.
Very much so.
I've never seen it, honestly.
I haven't yet either. It's on my watch list now.
I'm too afraid to see it because I've heard it is incredibly intense for a movie.
Surprisingly enough, a number of folk horror films that I've seen kind of go the intense route, and it's an interesting experience. But I can delve into that in a little while.
Okay. Yeah. Where do we go from here? Trying to think.
No, go ahead.
No, but with literature, yeah, folk horror has actually been around for quite a long time, and many of them are retroactively put in there. You know, one example I was told that's actually a pretty good example is Shirley Jackson's The Lottery.
The Lottery.
Mm-hmm.
An interesting choice.
Which, if you think about it, makes sense because there is no supernatural element in it.
Mm-hmm.
But it is wrapped around in the concept of old ritual. A ritual, in fact, that has lost all meaning, but the village still does. And just how absolutely, not terrifying, but it really challenges just the concept of just what it is. It's the horror comes from the fact that these people are blindly following this ritual without even questioning it.
Like
And
either they just don't question it, or they're too terrified of what might happen if they stop doing it to try and stop. Yeah, that is absolutely a scary idea.
yeah, and the entire story just takes place in one small village, 1 year.
I want to say that was also adapted into a film at one point. Either a film or maybe even an episode of a TV series.
I think it was adapted as a short story. Not short film. I mean, I'm not 100% sure. But I know that many of it would make sense if Toshin. Let me double check for us about that. But yeah, when it comes to literature, folk horror, it's been around for a while. In fact, it was very popular, I believe, in the 1800s with many authors.
Definitely.
Especially Great Britain.
Yeah, oh yeah. And even then, it's evident based on just how many folk horror films have come from the UK based on a whole lot of properties that the UK themselves published. They have a very deep history with the genre that I think even surpasses some of what the US has put out for quite a while. I think only really within the past few decades have we really tried to go into folk horror to any significant extent.
Yeah,
as far as Hollywood and things like that.
Yeah, it started to become more popular, I've noticed. And not just in the US, but in other countries too.
I think there's probably a very good reason for that. But yeah, I can delve into that as we discuss film in depth before we move on from literature here.
Yeah, so The Lottery was adapted in 1969 by Encyclopedia Britannica, of all things, as an educational film.
an educational
As
film.
an educational film.
As like, this is what not to do when you're a group of people, like, don't follow crowd mentality, like.
I think it was part of like a short story showcase sort of thing where they were adapting like very short stories to like illustrate important tales for children.
Okay.
Although again, how would you like to be seen in class and you're told, "Oh, you get to watch a film." And then it turns into that film.
Depends on the student, I would guess. There would be some who would be like, what are we watching? And there'd be some like, we just saw the greatest episode of something in class today. Like, I thought it was going to be something, boring, like, your quote-unquote school video fare, but no, that was intense.
No, I might have to hunt that one down later, see what it actually was like. Kinchon, I mean, Blood on the Highway was driver's education.
That's true.
That is true. That is very true. Oh my goodness. There are like there's several other, you know, ad sorry, examples of the the what's the word I'm looking for, folk horror in literature. The one that pops into my mind often is the works of M.R. James.
Mm.
He often tended to set his tales when it wasn't in academia. He would borrow like horrifying incidences in the countryside or forgotten items. The one and I think I mentioned this to you before, was the ash tree.
Yes.
Which is all about a curse laid down by a woman who was accused of being a witch. And and that curse comes to revisit one of the descendants of the man who originally accused her. And it's a very short tale. And I'll say this, if you are an arachnophobe, don't read it.
Really?
Yeah, really.
It has that vivid a description of like spiders in one incident?
Yes. And it actually, the adaptation for television makes it even more horrifying.
Interesting.
I'm not sure if I should spoil it, if anyone cares, but the design they do for the spiders is worse than the story does.
Wow, that's saying something.
Yeah.
Echoes of the Blair Witch lore, says Weiss.
Ooh, yeah. Blair Witch does borrow a bit from that sort of thing. And another one that I know personally that he did was what was the name of it? A Neighbor's Landmark, which is about a woods that was haunted by a forest that was haunted because a woman decided to kill her neighbor to get their land after they moved the landmark dividing the area.
That'll do it.
Yeah. The entire thing is set in the forest. And M.R. James, I'm not even sure how to describe it, but the horror lies more in the setting and the haunted setting than it is in, anything tangibly horrifying.
So it kind of takes that perspective of like, it's more the effect it had on the environment itself versus any effect on like any one individual character or anything like that.
Yeah, well, the main character does get affected by it, and the story goes backwards to revisit it. But it also focuses a lot on using the environment as the horror.
That almost makes me think of, what was it? The Color Out of Space.
Yeah,
Lovecraft a little bit.
Could you say Lovecraft does some folk horror in some of his things, or at least adapts it a little bit?
This was even brought up in the documentary, and I was surprised because I didn't think of Lovecraft as a folk horror author. But there are definitely like inklings of that kind of tonality in there. He just takes the idea of, which would normally be like the place of any kind of like culty religion or like dark forces, and replaces it with extraterrestrial or other dimensional forces.
And you think about it, Color Out of Space might count as sort of a folk horror thing, given the setting and sort of the backdrop, a little bit.
In a way, yes.
In a way, in a very loose way, I'd say.
I would say there's a bit of a difference there, in terms of just how the story is set up, but this is also just from the experience I have for most folk horror stories that I have seen / read. So, well, even it's I'll actually have to think about that, because it's a kind of a weird cross between two different ways of telling it, because it's a man relating a story about what happened to other people.
Weiss says Dunwich also has bits and pieces of folk to it.
Oh, the Dunwich horror.
The Dunwich horror, yeah, because again, when Lovecraft used a lot of like rural backdrops for the places of his horror when he wasn't complaining about the city.
Yeah.
When he wasn't complaining about the city, he was complaining about the countryside.
And the people therein.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, yes.
He did not have a high opinion of anyone in the back countries. And come to think of it, neither do most folk horror stories.
No. They kind of rely on that. They rely on the idea of when they actually do have some supernatural events in them, they sort of rely on the idea of the inhabitants having some part of it. Oh, hello there, Cool Skeleton. Welcome. Yes, we do indeed have a friend here.
Cool Skeleton. I like the name.
He's our resident. They're our resident living skeleton.
Hey, I am no one to pass up a living skeleton here.
Booga booga. Yeah. Yeah. Like I was with Nib. The thing with folk horror is when it's not related to the location, it kind of relates to the people as well and their beliefs, and that sometimes, like with the lottery, it makes it the danger to our protagonists.
Very much so. It very much focuses on like the othering of the populace of an area, which goodness knows is a vehicle for a whole lot of anxieties. Which, I mean, if you're making a horror movie, you're dealing with some kind of societal anxiety of some kind. But folk horror, I think, very much focuses on the anxieties of like greater groups of people on a whole versus like select kinds of individuals.
Yes. In fact, it reminds me of this one story by Kintron, An Outsider's Views of Things That Natives Feel Is Just Normal. Yes.
Yes.
It was reminding me, and this was a story I was relating to you before the stream of, I think it was Ambrose Pierce wrote it. I think it was called, it's like Strange Ritual or something, but the story revolves, I'm not going to spoil away the twist at the end though, but the story revolves about a man who visits a village who all claim to know him. And there's this approaching festival at night, and it builds towards this idea of the unsettling others, who for them, this whole thing is normal. Whereas for the reader, or the main character, they feel out of sorts about it. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, they feel very out of place.
Which sometimes can be interesting, especially if the protagonist is unlikable, which sometimes happens in folk horror.
Oh, yeah. If they are... That's something that is prevalent in a whole lot of folk horror film, is the self-righteous main protagonist. mightier than thou attitude that they start out with in a lot of these stories.
There was a famous Nathaniel Hawthorne story. I'm trying to remember the name of it. Maybe I've got it in this little collection. Give me 1 second.
Sure.
Nathaniel Hawthorne. Oh, now I remember who the name of that author was. It wasn't Ambrose Bierce. It was Algernon Blackwood who wrote that.
Oh, another.
That was it.
Yeah.
Algernon Blackwood. He did a lot of folk horror stories.
I think my favorite of his was The Wendigo.
Oh, The Wendigo is good. Would that be folk horror? Since that revolves around a folkloric.
Yeah, it's very much a Native American superstition that he kind of adapts, but it is a select number of people out in like the vast American wilderness, and I think that would very much count if like it's akin to something like the Blair Witch Project in terms of setting and occurrence.
Weiss. Oh, sorry.
No, I was about to say the exact same thing.
Weiss, Weiss. Is there a clear definition between rural horror and folk horror for y'all? Well,
that's a good. I think with folk horror, I would place the delineation between, like, rural horror is more about the setting than folk horror is. With folk horror, you are dealing not just with the location, but also the beliefs, superstitions, myths, what have you, of the populace in that area. Whereas rural horror, I think, is more just about being in an isolated rural location.
Yeah, because it folk horror usually has to have a little bit more than just the setting. Sort of. Oh, hello there, Private Maverick. Welcome. When did we get hit by a curse of the Pharaoh?
When I visited your mummy last night. That was a bad joke. Okay.
Oh, that was. Wait, does that count as a pun?
That was a pun. Yeah,
that was
absolutely.
A pun? How dare you bring puns into my space?
You invited me in, and now I have all the powers of the vampire I have.
No, Kintron, do not start. Do not start, Kintron. Kintron is our resident pun master, who bedevils me with puns.
But yeah, and to expand upon Weiss's question there, I think you could actually lump folk horror into the bit larger of umbrella of rural horror to some extent.
Yes.
At least with most stories, anyway. Some
most
actually
stories.
branch out.
Yeah. Weiss, my thought was that Deliverance is great rural horror, but not folk. Yeah. Would you say that?
I think so. Let me see here.
Deliverance.
I need to remind myself of the story here.
Ugh, that movie. That's another movie that I'm never gonna see.
1972. Yeah, I think I would agree with that.
Yeah, rural horror.
That delineation. Yeah.
Kintron. Folk tends to involve the folks involved. Rural is more place. That is, yeah, I would say that a little bit. And it also tends to have more of a... Usually there is like a folklore mythological bent to it, even if it has to invent its own.
It's the lore that folks believe.
Dinkus Donkus. Hi, is it okay if we share clips in chat? What do you think, my dear FTWastes? What do you think?
Is it clips of us?
Yeah, that's the question. Is it clips of us?
Because if not, I would say that may be a bit.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah. Oh, it is.
It is.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay. Oh yeah. Go for it. Go for it.
Absolutely.
Be the reminder of my eternal suffering.
Plus, it'll be on Matsu's channel forever. So hey, I'm happy.
Thank you. Don't sure. Oh, I found that story that I was mentioning about Nathaniel Hawthorne.
Sure.
Young Goodman Brown. Which it's sort of it's hard to classify because it's such a weird story. It is about a very self-righteous man a Puritan who goes into the woods and encounters something. I mean, I can describe what the something is, but the story's not really clear if it's supernatural or if it's just him imagining things, which almost is, in a way, kind of a definition with some folk horror.
Now, see, that is already an unreliable narrator story, and I love those when they're done right. And the fact that this is a self-righteous Puritan, like, unlikable character is already saying stuff to be like, oh, I'm gonna like this.
Yeah, I've heard of it, haven't read it, but it is... the copies of folk horror that I've got are mostly British, but America did plenty of its fair share of folk horror stories.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Many of which I think only... Well, I suppose they could kind of count as folk horror at the time, because a lot of them are based on, like, local folk legends of, like, early settlers and things like that.
Which ones are you suggesting?
For instance, like Washington Irving's The Legends of Sleepy Hollow.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
You have the character of Ichabod Crane, obviously, but on top of that, you have the local superstition of the Headless Hessian, which, like, that was based on some, like, real life tales that people definitely told about a battle from the Revolutionary War that happened in the area. And of course, with, like, every folktale, like, stuff just builds and builds and builds until it becomes this seemingly definitive version.
Yeah, agreed. Kinshon Hawthorne, is that one in the Twice Told book? Yes, he was in Twice Told. Abby, I have some Japanese folk horror on my shelf. Ooh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Japanese folk horror is something I haven't actually explored, because when you get into, like, that category, it's almost its own thing, you know?
It very much is. It's because so much of, like, Japanese fiction and things like that pull so heavily from their mythology, their legends, their stories, their religions, even, and practices, that it's almost hard to... They're very much more a gray area in terms of what counts as folklore, what counts as just horror, and things like that. It can be a horror movie with traces of, like, folk legends and things like that. Actually, the same goes for a lot of Eastern cultures, like even Korean or Chinese folk horror and legends like that. It all just crosses over, both into, like, religious belief and common superstition and, like, local hearsay and things like that. Not to mention anxiety over technology, which is a huge thing over in Japan.
Yeah. So it really is kind of... It's hard to categorize, really. Nikus Dungus, is there any folk horror novels that any of you would recommend? I am looking for some more to dig into. Well, that's a good question. I will admit, my experience with folk horror tends to lean more towards short stories rather than novels. But I can recommend a collection, which is Damnable Tales, folk horror anthology, which is an excellent collection of mostly British stories, but it is an excellent collection of folk horror tales. I just
Hang on, let me grab something here real quick.
Okay.
I gotta get up.
Okay.
I can't hear anyone anymore. Hang on, 1 second.
Oh dear. Just realized this
Back into the way.
I just realized this collection actually does have a Shirley Jackson story in it. Oh, didn't know that.
And now I'm back.
Welcome back.
I was just going to say, because I told you that I picked up the folk horror anthology book you got when you mentioned it, but I also picked up a couple more as, like, a bundle, and I have here a more contemporary set of folk horror stories. The anthology is called The Fiends in the Furrows,
Ooh.
and it features a number of different authors, but the stories all have like the tone of like folkish horror. But I want to say they are far more recent tales, like within the past 5 years, I would think.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very, very interesting to see authors like not necessarily pull from like quote unquote ancient folklore, but
Mm-hmm.
kind of adapt to the constraints of the genre to make it feel that way.
Mm-hmm.
It's very, very interesting.
Horace, make sure to write that down. You know, I just realized Stephen King has done some folk horror.
Oh, he pulls hard from
Oh yeah,
folklore.
yeah, yeah. It I was just remembering that. I think you could almost count Pet Cemetery as a folk horror novel,
Mm-hmm.
cause.
Yeah,
Mhm.
the documentary brought up Stephen King a number of times, and there's the plot device that he tends to use of the quote unquote Indian burial ground.
Ah.
Now, they brought on like a Native American scholar to comment on this, and he
Mhm.
said, I'm going to spoil for this right now. There's no such thing as an Indian burial ground.
Mm.
There are like the burial grounds of the different separate tribes
Mm.
out there, but there is no such thing as like, a general Indian burial ground. Lumping all these different multi like community multi tribal burial grounds into one is just not correct.
Yeah.
Um, but then he said, but one thing that is a little bit fun is he knows the trope and he kind of likes it because he knows how much it scares like your average American. So
Oh.
he's like, so if it if it makes it a little bit scarier, he's just gonna spoil this now. Everywhere is an Indian burial ground. So good luck with that if you want to avoid
That's a good
building
point.
on building on any kind of disturbed site. Well, good luck. Everything is a disturbed site. Have
Oh
fun.
my goodness. Kintron, yes, it was damnable. Damnable Tales. I can't talk
Mhm.
tonight. Dinkus, I think so. That is what I found on Goodreads. Wise, stupid, oh my goodness. Language. Um, yeah, I, I, I know I'm not really an expert, unfortunately, on contemporary folk horror so much. I will admit that. In writing, I'll say that. I'm not as much an expert as in older tales.
Yeah.
But I do believe it is making a resurgence. Oh my goodness, hydrate. Also, hello there, Crusader Corrupted.
Let me think. There it. Oh, hydrate. I got a drink.
Yep.
Thank you, Crusader. I was just about to say, they made a very strong case for like it's very hard to do a quote unquote modern day folk horror
Mm-hmm.
film, but the one so far that has been the best example that they argued for was Candyman.
Yes! I almost forgot about that one.
And I have to wholeheartedly agree because it does what I find to be some of the. It has all the best checkpoints of a folk horror film without being a folk horror setting. And to delve into it a little bit, you have your. Most of the time, it is like your inexperienced or ignorant main character slash cast that go to either research or explore or just visit the place of the supernatural occurrence or the malevolent antagonistic force, whatever it may be.
Mm-hmm.
And they do so with, most of the time, a selfish intent in mind.
Yeah.
And upon doing so, they automatically like breach some kind of boundary. They go too far. They break a norm. They either that or they offer something like enticing that even like the group or force may want. And then everything is set off, and it all just goes to absolute hell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That seems to be a common occurrence these days.
Yeah, very much so.
Now that you mention that, should we go into film? The big one? Or should
The
we
big one that
or
we
should
want
we
to talk
or should
about.
we or should we keep a little bit with literature a little more?
I think we're gonna have a lot to talk about with film, just
Mhm.
because there's a lot to pull from there.
Oh, yes.
So I think we can delve into literature a little bit further.
Okay. Yeah.
If
Yeah.
we have more examples to
Yeah.
delve into.
Let me think. Like I said, M.R. James, the fun. It trying to think about more on the literature side of things. It did seem to be, like I mentioned before, it did seem to be a very popular thing in the UK, especially.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, while it was in the US, it did seem to really blossom in the UK.
Yeah, very much so.
And
Though as I was researching to try and like find stories, I found that even stuff like Bram Stoker's Dracula was categorized under folk horror,
it kind
and
of is,
like
yeah.
bigger stories like that feel far too like specific, like creature centric to be considered
Mhm.
folk horror.
Mhm.
But at the same time, there's so many of our famous like monsters in fiction that genuinely basically all come from folk horror stories that have built up over ages.
Mhm.
Like Dracula wouldn't exist without the folk tales of vampires that were passed down from, European countries and things like that.
Mhm.
We and like the myth of the zombie that I think, didn't it more prominently originate from like sects of voodooism and hoodooism?
Yeah, it did. It originated in that and just kind of blossomed after that into in the fictional world.
Exploded
Ex-
everywhere, and
yeah.
then we literally got too many zombies, and then it got boring.
Yeah. I'll agree with that. Oh my goodness.
Let's see here.
There is one
Found
that
Fiends
just crossed my head. Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah, just looking at the comment
Yep.
section a little bit.
Kinchon.
Found the Fiends books on Thrift. Damnable I found on Bookshop. Okay.
Fiends and
Nosferatu.
Kintron, the Fiends and the Furrows is 3 books now. It looks like. Oh my goodness, really? 3 books?
Wait, there are 3?
Are there 3?
Maybe I only had found the first anthology. There
Oh
may
my
be
goodness. We'll have to look into that. I was just reminded of a short story. Actually, it was made into a film. I've seen the film, but not the short story itself. But it's a Russian folk horror story. I try to remember who wrote. Gogol wrote it. Gogol. V.
Oh, yeah, that was a film I was gonna mention at some point.
Yeah, I'm sorry to mention it earlier as a short story. It's one of my favorite movies, honestly.
It was. I watched it for. Weiss has gotten me on the kick of every Halloween season. There is a film challenge that we watch called Hooptober. Because you watch a bunch of horror films they've never seen, as well as a what is it? Shoot! Oh no, I'm blanking on the name.
Oh, no.
Weiss. What's his name? The director. Help me!
Help me! Come, Weiss, help us! Hooper?
Is it Toby Hooper?
Ah.
Is that it? Is that Is that the name? Is that the name? I'm not messing it up. Okay.
Mm.
But he directed a number of horror films, and you are to include at least one every year to
Ah,
watch,
interesting.
and then you review and rate each one as you go.
Mm.
And one year, based on a specific category that was given, I watched V,
Mm-hmm.
and that one was, I think, one of my favorites out of that year. I think I
It's
rated that one of the highest.
it's a
Um,
really good film.
it's really interesting. For one, we have a very unlikable main character, which, hey,
Mm-hmm.
good for a horror film.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, two, I was actually very impressed by the horror effects that they did in that film. They were
Mm-hmm.
simple, but at the same, and of course they don't necessarily convince. It is of
Oh
its
yeah.
time. They use what they worked with.
Yeah.
But they still managed to give it some menace by film's end, especially during some of the last sequences.
Oh, that final scene
Yeah,
is just
you know
oh
what I'm, you know
yes,
what
it's
I'm talking about.
intense.
It's insane. And it was even, I can think it was impressive for what they were able to do with it at the
Mm-hmm.
time. Like, it was amazing. But also delved into, and gosh, we could probably go on this for ages,
Yeah.
the prominence of the witch as a creature in folk horror.
Yes, that is a major feature in a lot of folk horror stories. Witches
Like,
appear so many times.
yeah, if it has a witch, chances are it's a folk horror movie
Mm-hmm.
or story. Um, because
Mm-hmm.
we talk about how folk horror is a response, as with most horror, is a response to societal anxieties.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, nothing seems to be scarier than women with power, I guess.
Oh yes, yes, yes. Abby, so hocus pocus, joke, joke. You joke, Abby.
Honestly,
You joke, but
a Disney tangential folk horror film.
yeah,
They were hung technically in the Salem witch trials,
yeah. It
which kind of spawned their own mythology in a lot of ways.
yeah. So that could essentially count.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
It would almost be a kind of an inverse almost.
Yeah.
The witches are the ones in an unfamiliar territory
Mm-hmm.
versus the protagonist walking into an unfamiliar area.
Kintron, that throw Hansel and Gretel into folk horror, witches and cannibalism.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
The original
Yeah.
fairy tale, absolutely.
Fairy tales are very much like we were talking. Fairy tales are very much proto folk horror.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of folk horror is born out of oh my goodness, there's rain in the study.
Oh.
Yeah, just, we have a storm. So I think it's the Tempest room again. I really need to work on that thing.
Mm-hmm.
But the fairy tales are very much what folk horror is born from. Often.
I mean, the fairy tales are born from folklore in the first place,
Mm-hmm.
and like a collection of folk tales.
Mm-hmm.
And good lord, some of them just
Oh my goodness.
go really hard. And I mean, the point of them originally is like, moral lessons, right?
Mhm.
It's to teach young children, like, beware of strangers, or like, don't wander off in unfamiliar places alone. It's the fear tactic to try and, while they're young, scare them away from doing stuff that might hurt them.
Don't go into a castle or body parts will fall from the ceiling.
Precisely. For the time, I mean, that honestly may not be too far from the truth. I don't know if you'll have like feudal lords in there just butchering people who failed to pay on their rent or whatever,
Yeah.
their alms.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you might.
You might. Who knows?
You just might.
Who knows?
But that also branches into how so much of the folk horror in popular fiction stems from the horror that is generated from a very Christian perspective.
Yes.
a
Yeah.
very conservative fear of and othering of what's unfamiliar.
Very often fundamental Christian perspective.
Very much
Very.
so.
Yeah. Yeah. Unbending.
Hmm.
And often in these stories, it's that very unbending that dooms the protagonist.
Hmm.
Their blindness to seeing the dangers they may be in, or in so far as their own inability to bend their beliefs to allow others to celebrate their own.
Hmm.
Hmm.
That was an aspect of it that I caught onto while watching Candyman at one
Hmm.
point, and it was something I brought up in a comment on a discussion video, and I was surprised at how much that comment exploded with likes. Uh, I brought up the point that the tone I kept getting from the protagonist was, "This can't be happening to me."
Mm.
Like, I should not be experiencing this. Like, I don't deserve to be going through this. But at the same time, like, as with a lot of folk horror that I find, like, when you have that holier than thou attitude,
Yeah.
you have these lead protagonists who feel they're invincible. They feel they are beyond the grasp of whatever it is they're delving into. And it is only usually at the very end that they finally start to grasp, like, oh, I'm actually gonna die.
Yes. Yes.
And I was maybe possibly wrong.
Sometimes they don't even think they're wrong. I mean, one of our favorite examples could be argued that our protagonist never changes,
Hmm.
and that they're the fact they never change or even suspect through that inability to change is what blinds them to what's going on in the background,
Hmm.
and
Very much so.
eventually again dooms them.
Hmm. To go back to Candyman a little bit, I
Hmm.
think it struck home because it was it was that kind of uh, like breaching of a norm in a other society. But in the case of Candyman, it goes the step of it being a racial boundary.
Mm.
Um, it was a white woman trying to research a bit of African American like rural myth, rural legend,
Hmm.
or urban legend, I should say, um, and then taking that, using it in her research to prop herself up in the educated white community.
Mm.
And like, so basically go in, take what you need from this marginalized community, and go back and reap the benefits.
Oh yeah.
Hmm.
Hmm.
And then when she suddenly discovers, oh, these beliefs are founded, and they fight back, only then does she finally start to realize, maybe I shouldn't have done this. Oh, what's what I say here? Insert also my faith.
My face? Oh, because Weiss, my academics can defeat superstition. That's an insert
Oh,
also
yeah.
my faith. Yes.
Oh, my faith can defeat superstition. Oh, I see. Yes, 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 yes. Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah, and oh, there's tensions between science and superstition all the time in folk horror.
Oh yeah.
Many, many times. That was brought up in the documentary as well. They cherry picked a line from one of the films where it's basically a scientist talking to these locals, and he says, like, well, if something's wrong in science, then we change the rules because we can't go back.
Mm.
We never go back. And that, uh, at least as far as this documentary is concerned, they put forth as the crux of much of the fear in folk horror,
Oh,
is
interesting.
this idea of regression. and the fear that comes with it. Because it's these people who are in the now kind of witnessing something that they feel like shouldn't be around anymore.
Mm.
Uh, like, for instance, The Wicker Man.
Yeah, that. Well, yeah, I was gonna say.
It's a very pious Christian man seeing this very, very dark pagan group that he's shocked even still exists.
Hmm.
Um, and a number of times with even with like film and folklore dealing with witches, it is practices of like dark magic that you'd think this shouldn't still be around.
Yeah.
This shouldn't still be affecting things. Um,
Not the bees.
not the
Not the
bees.
bees.
See, when you still have bees around, you'd think those wouldn't be a thing anymore. Um, but like, and even things like you jump over to things like even in Japanese horror, like with ghosts in the machine kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like, what are ghosts doing in technology? They shouldn't be inhabiting. They can't inhabit machines. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
But here they are. It is this driving fear of going back to something that is downright terrifying.
Yeah.
That did not work back then and does not work now,
Hmm.
but for some reason is still here.
Oh, hello there, Sophia. Welcome. Thank you for the resubscription. My favorite librarian. Aw.
Hello, Sophia.
Oh, excuse me. So here's a question, Wastes. Do we want to move on to film, since that's gonna be a huge topic for folk horror, or should we take a story break?
I think we can go with a story.
Okay, I've got a short one if we want to do that.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I'll turn off the music and I'll do a little introduction for this tale of ours. So this story is actually a story I first encountered via a television adaptation, believe it or not. It is called The Music on the Hill. It's by Saki, whose real name has completely. I have forgotten what his real name is. British writer. It was first published in 1911 in the collection called The Chronicles of Clovis. And this story has a. It actually has a lot of the elements, FTWastes, that you mentioned
Mm.
just now about folk horror. The idea of something from the past coming back that shouldn't be there, or at least something that other people have accepted into their lives that you wouldn't think should be there. It also has an unlikable protagonist, exactly how you
Hell
would
yeah.
expect. Let me get a quick hydration before I start reading.
Sure, sure. Oh, was Hector Hugh Munro?
Yes, Hector Hugh
Mm,
Munro, Saki.
yeah.
And Saki wrote quite a few unusual tales, and some of them were folk horror. This one is the one I know the best.
Mm.
So, yes, I would like to share this story with you.
Please do.
All right. The Music on the Hill by Saki. Sylvia Suttown ate her breakfast in the morning room at Yesnay with a pleasant sense of ultimate victory, such as a fervent Ironside might have permitted himself on the morrow of Worcester fight. She was scarcely pugnacious by temperament, but belonged to that more successful class of fighters who are pugnacious by circumstance. Fate had willed that her life should be occupied with a series of small struggles, usually with the odds slightly against her, and usually she had just managed to come through winning. And now she felt that she had brought her hardest, and certainly her most important struggle to a successful issue. To have married Mortimer Selton, dead Mortimer, as his more intimate enemies called him, in the teeth of the cold hostility of his family, and in spite of his unaffected indifference to women, was indeed an achievement that had needed some determination and adroitness to carry through. Yesterday she had brought her victory to its concluding stage by wrenching her husband away from town and its group of satellite watering places, and settling him down, in the vocabulary of her kind, in this remote wood-girt manor farm, which was his country house. "You will never get Mortimer to go," his mother had said carpingly, "but if he once goes, he'll stay. Yasini throws almost as much a spell over him as town does. One can understand what holds him to town, but Yasini," and the dowager had shrugged her shoulders. There was a somber, almost savage wildness about Yasini that was certainly not likely to appeal to town-bred tastes, and Sylvia, notwithstanding her name, was accustomed to nothing much more sylvan than leafy Kensington. She looked on the country as something excellent and wholesome in its way, which was apt to become troublesome if you encouraged it overmuch. Distrust of town life had been a new thing with her, born of her marriage with Mortimer, and she had watched with satisfaction the gradual fading of what she called the Jermyn Street look in his eyes, as the woods and heather of Yessany had closed in on them yesternight. Her willpower and strategy had prevailed. Mortimer would stay. Outside the morning room windows was a triangular slope of turf, which the indulgent might call a lawn, and beyond its low hedge of neglected fuchsia bushes, a steeper slope of heather and bracken dropped down into cadaverous combes, overgrown with oak and yew. In its wild, open savagery, there seemed a stealthy linking of the joy of life with the terror of unseen things. Sylvia smiled complacency, as she gazed with a school of art appreciation at the landscape, and then of a sudden, she almost shuddered. "It is very wild," she said to Mortimer, who had joined her. "One could almost think that in such a place the worship of Pan had never quite died out." "The worship of Pan never has died out," said Mortimer. "Other newer gods have drawn aside his votaries from time to time, but he is the nature god to whom all must come back at last. He has been called the father of all the gods, but most of his children have been stillborn." Sylvia was religious in an honest, vaguely devotional kind of way, and did not like to hear her beliefs spoken of as mere aftergrowths. But it was at least something new and hopeful to hear dead Mortimer speak with such energy and conviction on any subject. "You don't really believe in Pan?" she asked incredulously. "I've been a fool in most things," said Mortimer quietly, "but I'm not such a fool as not to believe in Pan when I'm down here. And if you're wise, you won't disbelieve in him too, boastfully, while you're in his country." It was not till a week later, when Sylvia had exhausted the attractions of the woodland walks around Yessany, that she ventured on a tour of inspection of the farm buildings. A farmyard suggested in her mind a scene of cheerful bustle, with churns and flails and smiling dairymaids, and teams of horses drinking knee-deep in duck-crowded ponds. As she wandered among the gaunt grey buildings of Yessany Manor Farm, her first impression was one of crushing stillness and desolation, as though she had happened on some lone, deserted homestead, long given over to owls and cobwebs. Then came a sense of furtive, watchful hostility. The same shadow of unseen things that seemed to lurk in the wooded combes and coppices. From behind heavy doors and shuttered windows came the restless stamp of hoof or rasp of chain halter, and at times a muffled bellow from some stalled beast. From a distant corner, a shaggy dog watched her with intent, unfriendly eyes. As she drew near it, as she drew near, it slipped quietly into its kennel, and slipped out again as noiselessly when she had passed by. A few hens questing for food under a rick stole away under a gate at her approach. Sylvia felt that if she had come across any human beings in this wilderness of barn and briar, they would have fled wrath-like from her gaze. At last, turning a corner quickly, she came upon a living thing that did not fly from her. Astretch in a pool of mud was an enormous sow, gigantic beyond the town-woman's wildcat computation of swine flesh, and speedily alert to resent, and if necessary, repel the unwanted intrusion. It was Sylvia's turn to make an unobtrusive retreat. As she threaded her way past rickyards and cowsheds and lawn-blank walls, she started suddenly at a strange sound. The echo of a boy's laughter, golden and equivocal. Jan, the only boy employed on the farm, a tow-headed, wizen-faced yokel, was visibly at work on a potato clearing halfway up the nearest hillside, and Mortimer, when questioned, knew of no other probable or possible begetter of the hidden mockery that had ambushed Sylvia's retreat. The memory of that untraceable echo was added to her other impressions of a furtive, sinister something that hung around Yessany. Of Mortimer she saw very little. Farm and woods and trout streams seemed to swallow him up from dawn till dusk. Once, following the direction she had seen him take in the morning, she came to an open space in a nut copse, further shut in by huge yew trees, in the center of which stood a stone pedestal, surmounted by a small bronze figure of a youthful Pan. It was a beautiful piece of workmanship, but her attention was clearly held by the fact that a newly cut bunch of grapes had been placed as an offering at its feet. Grapes were none too plentiful at the manor house, and Sylvia snatched the bunch angrily from the pedestal. Contemptuous annoyance dominated her thoughts as she strolled slowly homeward, and then gave way to a sharp feeling of something that was very near fright. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Aseo. Let me give a pause while I get some water. Aseo, I'm late. No worries, Aseo, no worries. I will drink wise. Where was I? Then gave way to a sharp feeling of something that was very near fright. Across a thick tangle of undergrowth, a boy's face was scowling at her, brown and beautiful, with unutterable evil eyes. It was a lonely pathway. All pathways around Yessany were lonely for the matter of that, and she sped forward without waiting to give a closer scrutiny to this sudden apparition. It was not till she had reached the house that she discovered that she had dropped the bunch of grapes in her flight. "I saw a youth in the wood today," she told Mortimer that evening, "brown-faced and rather handsome, but a scoundrel to look at. A gypsy lad, I suppose." reasonable theory, said Mortimer. Only there aren't any gypsies in these parts at present. Then who was he? Asked Sylvia, and as Mortimer appeared to have no theory of his own, she passed on to recount her finding of the votive offering. I suppose it was your doing, she observed. It's a harmless piece of lunacy, but people would think you dreadfully silly if they knew of it. Did you meddle with it in any way? Asked Mortimer. I I threw the grapes away. It seems so silly, said Sylvia, watching Mortimer's impassive face for a sign of annoyance. I don't think you are wise to do that, he said reflectively. I have heard it said that the wood gods are rather horrible to those who molest them. Horrible perhaps to those that believe in them, but you see I don't, retorted Sylvia. All the same, said Mortimer in his even, dispassionate tone, I should avoid the woods and orchards if I were you, and give a wide berth to the horned beasts on the farm. It was all nonsense, of course, but in that lonely wood-girt spot, nonsense seemed able to rear a I'm going to use a bad word, my dear scholars. Seemed able to rear a bastard brood of uneasiness. Mortimer, said Sylvia suddenly, I think we will go back to town some time soon. Kinshon, they can't hurt me if I don't believe in them. Her victory had not been so complete as she had supposed. It had carried her onto ground that she was already anxious to quit. I don't think you will ever go back to town, said Mortimer. He seemed to be paraphrasing his mother's prediction as to himself. Sylvia noted with dissatisfaction and some self-contempt that the course of her next afternoon's ramble took her instinctively clear of the network of woods. As to the horned cattle, Mortimer's warning was scarcely needed, for she had always regarded them as of doubtful neutrality at the best. Her imagination unsexed the most matronly dairy cows and turned them into bulls liable to see red at any moment. The ram who fed in the narrow paddock below the orchards she had adjudged, after ample and cautious probation, to be of docile temper. Today, however, she decided to leave his docility untested, for the usually tranquil beast was roaming with every sign of restlessness from corner to corner of his meadow. A low, fitful piping, as of some reedy flute, was coming from the depth of a neighboring copse, and there seemed to be some subtle connection with the animal's restless pacing and the wild music from the wood. Sylvia turned her steps in an upward direction, and climbed the heather-clad slopes that stretched in rolling shoulders high above Yessany. She had left the piping notes behind her, but across the wooded combes at her feet the wind brought her another kind of music, the straining bay of hounds in full chase. Yessany was just on the outskirts of the Devon-Somerset country, and the hunted deer sometimes came that way. Sylvia could presently see a dark body, breasting hill after hill and sinking again and again out of sight as he crossed the combes, while behind him, steadily, swelled that relentless chorus, and she grew tense with the excited sympathy that one feels for any hunted thing, in whose capture one is not directly interested. And at last he broke through the outermost line of oak scrub and fern, and stood panting in the open, a fat September stag, carrying a well-furnished head. His obvious course was to drop down to the brown pools of undercomb, and thrice make his way towards the red deer's favored sanctuary, the sea. To Sylvia's surprise, however, he turned his head to the upland slope, and came lumbering resolutely onward over the heather. "It will be dreadful," she thought. "The hounds will pull him down under my very eyes." But the music of the pack seemed to have died away for a moment, and in its place she heard again that wild piping, which rose now on this side, now on that, as though urging the failing stag to a final effort. Sylvia stood well aside from his path, half hidden in a thick grove of whortle bushes, and watched him swing stiffly upward, his flanks dark with sweat, the coarse hair on his neck showing light by contrast. The pipe music shrilled suddenly around her, seeming to come from the bushes at her very feet, and at the same moment the great beast slewed round and bore directly down upon her. In an instant her pity for the hunted animal was changed to wild terror at her own danger. The thick heather roots mocked her scrambling efforts at flight, and she looked frantically downward for a glimpse of oncoming hounds. The huge antler spikes were within a few yards of her, and in a flash of numbing fear she remembered Mortimer's warning to beware of horned beasts on the farm. And then, with a quick throb of joy, she saw that she was not alone. A human figure stood a few paces aside, knee-deep in the whortle bushes. "Drive it off!" she shrieked. But the figure made no answering movement. The antlers drove straight at her breast. The acidic smell of the hunted animal was in her nostrils, but her eyes were filled with the horror of something she saw other than her oncoming death. And in her ears rang the echo of a boy's laughter, golden and equivocal. Well, now, oh my goodness. So that, so what do you? So that is a interesting little, um, what's the word I'm looking for? Example of folk horror in literature.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
A wonderful read. Well done.
Oh, thank you, thank you. And it does have, as I mentioned, some of the facets. You have an old belief that you would think should be gone by now, but yet still lingers. In this case, the worship of Pan.
Mm-hmm.
You have the forest as a setting and the farm, the rural lands. You have a protagonist who is very unequivocally sure of their own beliefs and their own protection from this danger around them. And of course, you have in the end her comeuppance because of this arrogance against the old belief system that exists.
It's like, look, man, he warned you.
Yes,
He warned you.
he warned her several
Man.
times.
Oh,
Oh my goodness.
I like that one.
Oh yes, it's an excellent one. It's an excellent story. It's a short one, but it basically it summarizes all the little things you would expect in a folk horror tale. Oh, more hydrate.
Mm.
Mm.
Agua.
Oh my goodness. So I think we should move on to film now.
Oh yeah.
Since that's the big one. Mm.
Oh, let me see. Where
Oh
do we
my
even
goodness.
start?
I know. Well, folk horror kind of started in film, really got noticed in the 70s, 60s and 70s, didn't it?
Mm-hmm. That's where the definition started cropping up, and that's when the trend of it started to take off,
Mm-hmm.
and people started to latch on to the genre quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Um, heck, I would even say, let me see, let me make sure I'm right about this.
Excuse me.
Just even some of like the classic Hammer films even
Mm. Yeah.
are folk tales. Like, and goodness, so
Oh.
many of them feature the talents of Sir Christopher Lee,
Oh yes,
like
yes.
who is, I have not been disappointed by a single performance from him in anything, whether he's villain as in The Wicker Man or
Hmm.
if he's an ally like in some others. Like, oh my gosh,
The Devil. What was it? The Devil.
The Devil Rides Out.
Devil Rides Out. One of my favorite films.
Yeah, where he's the exorcist.
Yes, it's an excellent film.
It's so good.
Hmm.
Um, I suppose that too. We haven't touched on that. The prevalence of demonology
Yeah.
and things like that
Yeah,
in
we did.
folk horror tales. Which, good lord, America seems to love their possession movies.
They do.
Um, Not all of them folk horror possession, mind
No,
you, but
no.
a lot of folk horror will have demonic possession.
Hmm. Hmm.
um, Let me see. Oh, I
Evil
was
Dead.
even
Yeah.
Evil Dead. Yeah, exactly.
Mm.
Old gods versus the new. Yes,
Yes,
very much so,
yes,
Kintron.
yes, yes.
The old gods appearing as demonic visages, which that's what the Christian church did,
Hmm.
was turn the pagan idols into, actually they may have made some of them like even like saints at some point, or like
Hmm.
reworked them to be positive figures, but most of them they just said no, these are unholy abominations and they don't belong with God.
Hmm.
So they help Satan out in
Hmm.
hell.
You know,
On the,
sorry.
yeah, go ahead,
I was gonna
go ahead.
say, well, would you mind if I did a quick clothing change for a second? I almost
Oh,
forgot.
please go.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Give me 1 second. Okay. Okay.
Yes, indeed, he has vanished. He's
I thought this might be more appropriate for today. I forgot about it.
vanished. I'll say, yeah, you said you might have brought this out at some point, and I
Hmm.
love this look. It's
Oh,
really cool.
thank you, thank you, thank you. I think I scared them. Where were we again? Uh,
Demons.
demons, demons, yes, demons. Uh,
um, but one of the ones that I came across, this was like a genuine, just happened upon it, decided to watch it, was very pleasantly surprised. It's a film called The Shrine.
I don't think I've heard of
Um,
that one.
Let me see. I want to find, when did it come out?
Mm.
2010.
Oh, newer one.
A lot newer. Let me see. Is
Hmm.
it from a different country? Maybe that's why it is less
Mm.
well known. It's Canadian.
Well, that's that's very foreign.
So foreign. Oh my
Foreign,
gosh.
foreign.
The great far north.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh.
I say sharing a border with the country. But
Mhm.
anyway,
Anyway.
the surprise of it actually comes in a twist that I did not expect,
Hmm.
because I'll say it starts out with that idea of the othered culture that some researchers come in to try and document that whole
Hmm.
plot point, but it goes in a direction that I did not expect. And I don't want to say more than that because it is a very good twist to give. Spaceman? Yes, indeed, I am with a spaceman here. Well, more
Well,
like a cosmic entity, I should
more
say,
cosmic
but
entity. Eldritch cosmic entity sort of thing. You know. And I yes, get your blue jokes out of the way.
dabba dee dabba die.
Yeah.
Um, uh, but it was such a good twist on tropes that it actually caught me by surprise, which is a hard thing to do in a, because I've watched so much
Hmm.
horror, obviously, if you couldn't tell,
Yeah, yeah.
uh, and I've got the tropes down pat. So if something doesn't necessarily do something entertaining with what it's doing or something fresh with it,
Hmm.
then honestly, it's usually just a B movie, like a mid grade. Like it's
Yeah,
usually just it's fine.
yeah.
But
Excuse me.
this surprised me, and for a folk horror demon possession movie,
Hmm.
like two tropes that are done to death
Yeah.
and are uh like you can do a B movie just fine. It is hard to surprise people with these.
Yeah.
So it is one that I would absolutely recommend that you
I'll
check
have to put that on a
out.
list for things to check. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Um but to continue on the subgenre here of like demonic possession
Hmm.
and like Satan in fiction, like there is no greater othering that the Christian perspective can give than these people worship the devil.
Yeah.
Like that is the absolute worst thing you could. Well, I can't even say that anymore
Yeah.
because goodness knows they have plenty of other
Oh,
targets.
yeah.
But that in itself like speaks to and like the with the depictions of both demons and even witches many times in folk horror in film
That reminds
are
me. Oh, sorry.
go ahead.
Oh,
What does it
that
remind you of?
reminds me of a specific movie. I was just reminded of it. I think it's 1960s. Horror Hotel slash what's it called? Horror Hotel slash City of Death. City of the Dead.
Yes,
Oh, that is a great
yes,
example. It's an excellent film too. Oh
exactly.
my goodness.
um Excuse me.
Oh,
That idea of like the othering of these practices,
mm-hmm.
but at the same time, as time has gone on and as more people like find these films, there's almost this strange sense of like envy on the part of the Christian majority or even the protagonists on how these things are depicted. Like they talk about they frame these subjects as though they're like taboo. This is what like devil worshippers do. But then if you dealt not all of it, like human sacrifice and stuff,
Well, yeah.
that's like just no 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 no.
No.
But like the promiscuity in terms of like open relationships
Mm-hmm.
or uh diverse sexualities and things like that that are just you're not allowed to do in your traditional Christian belief systems. And seeing these places explored, sometimes you have those protagonists that are like on the verge of it, like, this is wrong, but it feels so right, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And actually, I can think of one very good example of where this is taken to some very good extremes.
Mm-hmm.
Midsummer.
I've heard of it. Again, that's the one I haven't seen, but I know what you're talking about
Mm-hmm.
with that. Yeah.
Now, I'll say this right off the bat.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to my horror movies,
Yeah.
I do not like cult endings. I
Mm.
do not like it when the twist of the horror movie was it was a cult the whole time. Like,
Oh.
like if, especially if you're dealing with something that's like a demonic possession, a haunting, or something like that. If
Mm-hmm.
you then reveal that like it was a bunch of weird people in the town who were facilitating events the whole time, it takes the teeth out of the threat that this unknown very powerful entity possesses,
Mm-hmm.
at least in my opinion.
Yeah. Unless you're writing that specifically right off the bat without the whole like with Wicker Man again. It you know right you don't know right away, but there is this. I mean, how do I put this? Trying to think of how to word this with like Wicker Man, the there is a cult involved, but
Hmm.
it's we as the viewer know something's going down,
Yes.
and it doesn't try to hide it. The film really
Hmm.
doesn't try to hide what's going on. The
That
only
is no. Go ahead.
the only thing it hides is the scope of it,
Hmm.
essentially.
Yeah, or like the lengths that they will end up going
Hmm.
necessarily, which that is the kind of cult movie I enjoy,
Hmm.
is when it is outright just we know from the get-go, like the movie may frame it as, oh, we are a alternative community, or we are a specialized isolationist group who have a
Hmm.
certain set of what have you. It's a cult.
Yeah, it's a cult. Going back quickly to something you said earlier,
Hmm.
the interesting thing with Wicker Man is when you said like with some film, some of these folk horror films with like cults of devils and things like that, it makes like the hero want to join in and stuff. That whole side thing, you know.
Hmm.
With Wicker Man, it almost does that with the viewer in a way
A little
because
bit.
we see the community is really kind of happy. I mean, they're not in a bad spot. Well,
Hmm.
it's hinted at something's going on, but otherwise they seem perfectly content with their their beliefs, with everything's going on. They have no problem with it. And it
Precisely.
contrasts with the protagonist who is so what's the word I'm looking for? Hard minded about his own
Hmm.
beliefs and pushing it on to others in a way. His own
He's
view.
very he's very discontented.
Yes, very
Like,
dogmatic about things.
even if he says, like, he's firm in it, like, there's displeasure there. He is not happy with his standing in life.
Yes, but it contrasts between the two. You see his life, and then you contrast it with the village, which, other than a few things which are hinted at, and of course the climax thing, um,
Hmm.
it seems like their life isn't so bad.
It really doesn't. And that is even mirrored in Midsummer a little bit.
Hmm.
Like, you get to explore this commune, which, well, we know there's some not good stuff going down,
Hmm.
but at the same time, with the way our protagonist, she is coming into this kind of already broken, and the cult invariably takes advantage of that. But it also, in this very twisted way, provides her with the emotional catharsis and support that she thinks she needs.
Hmm.
Like, you haven't seen the film yet, though?
I have not seen the film. I know of it though, and I kind of know
Hmm.
the basic plot, but I haven't seen it.
Hmm. um but and unfortunately, this is actually how, like, real life cults and things will do that. They will prey on emotionally damaged and very susceptible people. um but and that's the horror of it. That's the scary part, is so much of it is, like, there's genuine support there as far as the believers go and what they
Hmm.
feel they are doing for this person.
Hmm.
But the toxicity that comes with it is so vile.
Yeah.
It's a heavy price to pay, and yet usually, for, like, those being indoctrinated, it is one that they find out that, you know what, if it's not me, I'm willing to pay it if I'm happy at the end of it all.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to throw this person under the bus if it means that I continue to live happy and secure.
Hmm. Forgot to
Which,
turn
oh,
back on the music.
if I remember right, there was a story you had brought up previously. Shoot, the lottery, I
The
think.
lottery. Yeah.
A similar setup,
Hmm.
uh, but in this case, it's kind of feeding off the fear of that idea. Like, as far as I'm aware of the story of it, one person is selected to basically be sacrificed, to my understanding.
Yeah. They're. I'm. It's an old story, so no worry about spoilers. They are
Yeah, yeah,
basically
yeah.
chosen by lottery to be killed by stoning.
Hmm. So that is a different kind of fear as far as a cult goes, in
Hmm.
which, like, those who you know as, or even maybe grew up with as, like, friends, as neighbors, as family,
Hmm.
can, at that one instant, because of tradition, immediately turn on you
Yeah.
and just disregard you.
An interesting thing with
And
that. Oh, sorry.
go ahead,
An
please.
interesting thing with that story, and a big important plot point with the story, is we never find out what the lottery is actually for, or what
The
started it.
reason they do it?
Yeah, we never
Oh,
find out. We're
Oh,
just
that's
told we're just
fascinating.
told it's tradition. And in fact, I think someone in the story actually brings that up, that they're not sure what it's for anymore, but it's just tradition at this point, and everyone just does it.
Actually, this is going off on a bit of a tangent.
Hmm.
That reminds me of a South Park episode,
Oh,
um, dealing with the synopsis of it is basically everyone in America tries to sacrifice a celebrity because it makes the corn grow, like it's a good corn harvest.
would it surprise you
And
to know that episode is based off the lottery?
I would not be shocked, and it just that immediate parallel. Yeah, that makes
Hmm.
absolute sense. And it was the commentary on like the treatment of Britney Spears
Yeah,
and uh, the paparazzi and sensationalism.
I remember that episode.
Mhm.
Oh my goodness.
It was kind of a really weird
Yeah.
episode, but the commentary of it was very very poignant. Um,
Hmm.
and then just it still has that same horror aspect of like who are willing to do anything it takes to get what they want, even if it means the sacrifice of a human being, like a fellow person. Like it delves into some dark places.
Yeah.
Uh,
Hmm.
yeah,
Nah.
it's like, oh,
Oh,
heavy.
yeah,
Where
heavy,
do we go?
heavy. I was just thinking about a folk horror movie that, again, I haven't seen. I'm kind of interested to see A Field in England.
I haven't seen that one either. I need to.
I've heard it's good, and that one's an interesting one again because it's one of those folk horror stories, and you could almost say it's kind of the same with Wicker Man, where there is really no supernatural threat
Mm-hmm.
in the story. It is simply the horror of the location and the horror of what happens there in the woods there.
Hmm.
Because it's essentially, to boil it down, it's what happens when a bunch of English Civil War types accidentally get high on mushrooms
Oh Lord.
and start killing each other.
Oh man. Oh, that has inklings of Jacob's Ladder in there a little bit,
A
just a
little,
smidge.
a little bit, yeah. It very much, again, the horror in itself is not in some supernatural. Oh, wise English blockheads messed with by Irish alchemists. Yes, yeah. Essentially, they're essentially drugged.
Kintron
And
makes me think Stepford Wives. Yeah, I could definitely see parallels there.
it it the story. Well, that's another interesting thing about folk horror films, and it comes again from that what Wise was mentioning with the alchemist. A lot of folk horror films do tend to sometimes play off that whole was it supernatural or was it all in the protagonist's head sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very much so. Um, and especially because especially coming up through like the 70s and 80s and even the 90s, the American fear of substance use
Hmm.
and the othering of that practice as like, if you take shrooms you will go on like homicidal rampages, you will like, if you smoke pot you will end up killing your friends. It's
Yeah.
like so many scare tactics.
Hmm.
Like, not to say that there can't be harm if you go on a seriously bad drug trip,
Well,
there can
yeah.
be,
Well, that's
but
an obvious thing.
it'll more likely be to yourself than anyone else.
Yeah. Hmm.
But yeah, the unreliable narrator standpoint of it is always fascinating. Um, and even with stuff like going back to like demonic possession as maybe metaphor for substance abuse
Hmm.
sometimes, um, that like the possession is altering their perception of events. Uh, and going back to an example from way before, Candyman, when
Hmm.
our protagonist is possessed by him and she seemingly commits these acts or is just framed for these acts or something, she doesn't know which. We don't know which.
Yeah.
and it's the horror of like losing control of yourself in that sense. A common theme with demonic possession and even just haunting stories in general. Definitely tangential to folk horror.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well, folk horror sometimes delves a little bit into a little bit of that. I mean, you can have folk horror that mixes in those themes as well.
mm-hmm. Like for instance, another example, if you've seen it, The Wind.
Sounds familiar.
A 2018 film. It's about it's like a frontiers housewife kind of thing, like American West, frontiersman's wife who, like, home has been set up in the prairie,
Mm-hmm.
and then husband leaves, so she's alone in her house on this vast open prairie just by herself. I think you can probably guess where this is going.
Yeah, I can guess.
And very much, like, it's actually surprising. They touched on this in the documentary as well, that how much some of folk horror also deals with like isolationist horror
Mm-hmm.
in a lot of ways. Like, even with something like the Blair Witch Project, like, lost in the woods, can't get out. You are in this vast space, but you are also trapped. Kind
Yeah,
of thing.
I think some of that is also because of the setting and the feeling of, well, it's like when you take someone and who, especially like someone who's used to like the city or outside. Usually, that's another thing. Usually, the protagonists who are getting into the situation are not from that area,
Mm-hmm.
or at least not, or they're new to the area. Because once you take someone out of that comfort zone, I think you said, and put them in a place like the woods or the wilderness, that stuff is ingrained in many people as being a terrifying place.
Mm-hmm.
Because there is that sense of safety being taken away.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why I think, yeah, a lot of white folk horror preys on the location as part and parcel of the horror.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of that, like the location being the source of the horror kind of thing, there's a lot that has to do with, like, you have the archetype in folk horror of the quote unquote evil place.
Mm-hmm.
Like, as Yoda would put it, that place is strong with the dark side of the Force. Things like that. Like, there's been like a tragedy or like the story you brought up before. There's been like a murder or
Mm-hmm.
something like that that has like tainted the space. It has desecrated the area, and now it is not safe to be in.
Yeah.
Things like that, a very common trope, but it's that idea of human curiosity and that need to explore, but also kind of what happens if you explore too far,
Mm-hmm.
if you go too out of your depth. Wes has something to say here.
Yep.
Movies that flirt with folk horror but keep more grounded in the psychological headspace, like Picnic at Hanging Rock. And the true horror is that of the birds, where no explanation is given at the end of it all.
You know what?
Oh, yeah.
The birds is funny because the original short story does explain it.
Really?
Yeah, it does. And it's absolutely just pure scientific explanation for why it's all happening.
Why is it? I'm curious. I don't mind.
Because the Gulf Stream changed and the birds can't get their usual food.
Huh.
That's it.
Interesting.
The short story ending is actually even darker than the movie ending.
Seriously?
Yeah, the short story ending ends with the birds essentially starting to destroy machines. And
wow.
yeah.
Man. So I guess Birdemic got it right.
Essentially, yes.
Oh man. No, we can't give credit to that movie. No.
No. Oh. Elements of
Oh.
Phase 4. Oh, Phase 4. Ooh.
Mm.
Picnic at Hanging Rock's an interesting mention though, because again, that is that does fit in sort of with some of the more psychological folk horror films, where it is sort of like the threat isn't supernatural; it is simply something that is occurring in that location.
Hmm. It is something that just happens there,
Hmm.
or even something that the protagonist brings with them that like
Yes.
they themselves have not worked on, but is exacerbated by what's going on.
Hmm.
And that is when having a very unlikable lead character can come in handy,
Yes.
because then they start losing it, and then they're like, yes, finally a reason to get rid of them.
Yeah. It's like well, no, the story I read was supernatural, but it was her interfering with the order that was already there.
Hmm. Yeah, trespassing where people aren't meant to go.
Yes.
um just a huge, and there's that idea again of like science being unable to explain some things.
Hmm.
And that's oftentimes what they try and do, or at least it's a trope of what they try and do, is like go in, academically pick these things apart because they're not going to be that harmful once you get to look at them. But then discovering it's much more than that, and they truly have no explanation.
Hmm.
Um, and that is a fear to have, the fear of the unknown, the fear of being not being able to recognize or contemplate what is happening. Um, Let me see. I'm trying to think of some other examples where that has happened in my experience.
Yeah.
Do you have a preference when it comes to your folk horror? Are there some that you like? Is there like a certain subgenre of it that you tend to gravitate towards?
Me personally, I'm always rather fond of the folk horror that really does borrow directly from folklore in some way and
Mm.
adapts it to sort of like with the story I told. It is taking ancient mythology or Greek mythology and then moving it and showing it persisting into the modern day
Mm.
and seeing
That.
the consequence of that.
Mm. That is something that reminds me. There is an aspect to all this popular. Oh, real quick. Was movie Messiah of Evil?
Sign of
Yes,
Evil.
that is
That
another
sounds
good
so familiar. Oh my
one.
goodness.
I want to say Italian horror flick, so like one of the classic ones.
Hmm.
Hang on, I've got it on my list here. Let me
Yeah,
see if I can pull up Seaside Town. Oh yeah. Then you want to you want to get into superstitions? You can't get better than sea folk.
oh yeah.
Like,
Oh yeah.
um, but on that note, the documentary brought this up. There is kind of a like I think it's like a pain point among folklore like professors and folklore, those who study folklore. Is there a term for that, like folklorist or something like that?
Folklorist, that's the term.
Okay. um in that, like, they will see trends in like modern adaptations of like paganism, or even like white witchcraft and things like that, like the good stuff and everything like that.
Hmm.
uh, they will see adaptations of that that aren't actually like, there's no evidence to suggest that they did anything like that in the past.
Hmm.
So it's like improper to call it that, and it's only truly depicted in film.
Yeah,
But
yes.
at the same time, like they can't really do anything to dispute it because like there's no evidence to it. But we don't. actually do that, but we do. It's this weird gray area, but I find it interesting because it kind of circles back around to how folklore worked in the first place. It was a building off of stories and traditions by word of mouth.
Yeah.
And now the the spreading of information is so vastly different, but you still have that kind of compounding of ideas on top of each other that just create whole new subsections of folk horror, of folk traditions and things like that that maybe didn't happen, but that people have just kind of taken to heart now.
Hmm.
It's like, and there's some of them that like some folklorists will be like, you know what, I actually like this change, I'll go with this, and there are others that are like, maybe not that one. But it's fascinating. It's like, because you keep seeing, like, you have quote unquote definitive versions of stories these days,
Yeah.
but to see that movies themselves are starting to change that, I think that's kind of cool.
Well, in a way, that's the nature of stories. They change over time.
Mm-hmm.
That is the nature of fiction, really.
It's true.
Mm-hmm.
And especially when you're adapting from like book to movie and stuff like that, like what looks good on the screen versus reality,
Yeah.
vastly different.
Trying to think of any other movies that we can cover.
I am too. I'm trying to think of some very big examples.
Well, the one that started all, Blood on Satan's Claw, is that one is an interesting film, actually.
Tell me about
It's
it.
so it's here. It's essentially boils down to, not, I won't be able to do a brief summary. It's about a man who discovers, it takes place around the 1700s, and
Okay.
it's about a man who discovers a dead demonic corpse in his field.
Ooh.
And when he gets back, it's gone. But slowly over the days, people in the village start to become corrupted by this thing, which is trying to rebuild its body by taking the essentially the body parts of the villagers that it has infected. Now keep in mind, this is made in the 1960s, 70s.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty intense. It is interesting, though, because it has this character in it who's a preacher.
Mm-hmm.
And he starts the film off as, oh, this is all nonsense. This is all superstitious nonsense. There's nothing to worry about. And then halfway through the film, he leaves to research, and then he comes back, and he is a full believer and essentially defeats the villain.
Mm.
But it's a very... We never really get an answer of what the origin of this demon is. And it very much is a folkloric demon. It has... What?
I say I gotta check this one out.
Yeah, it's fairly famous. It's not a Hammer film. It's not... Well, I don't think it's even an Amicus film. Yeah, Kinshon found a book for that one too. Yes, there was a book adaptation made. And there was actually a radio adaptation made by the BBC much later on. Done by Mark Gatiss, I think, did it.
Mm-hmm.
And it is... It really runs on using traditional English folklore about like the devil and religion and things like that to drive the story.
Mm-hmm.
As the more the demon gets power, the more you get things like there's a cult that starts to grow up in it and things like that. But it's the film that essentially started the term for folk horror at least in modern usage, I would think.
Yeah. I was about to say, that feels like it may have influenced even like The Devil Rides Out with Christopher Lee to a very great extent.
Kinshon novelization looks like it's out in August too. Yeah, I believe it is. It's very popular. It's very well known and very infamous.
Infamous for any specific reason?
There is a scene in there which is very not, let's say, PG for the time, even for the time. I will not.
X-rated, we'll say.
Yeah, and
Damn.
very shocking.
How could they put this in writing? I was just gonna say, thinking about this, it made me think of like from book to movie adaptations. There is a film, The Night of the Devil, based off of what was it? Casting of the Runes.
Yes, I love that movie. I love that movie. I watched that movie so many times. It's so good. M.R. James.
Yes, one of the not quite so often instances of not necessarily a locale that is the source of the problem, but it is a practice.
Yes.
That is the source of it. Specifically demon worship.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, that one was interesting because it starts strong.
Oh yeah.
It starts out really strong and then is kind of a slow build from there, which was a bit interesting. Like, you, based on the beginning, you know the threat that's coming the entire time, thanks to dramatic irony.
Yes.
Which definitely helps it, I feel. But then the journey there is just this fascinating descent into just the madness of it, and like the ticking clock aspect of, I would almost say fate would be a good way to put it.
There's an actual interesting history behind that film.
Night of the Demon, thank you.
Night of the Demon, or Curse of the Demon. There was like a multiple
There was
cuts.
an alternate title, yeah.
The film originally, the director didn't want to show the demon at all in the film.
Really?
He wanted originally for the film to be like, is this all in the protagonist's mind? Is it actually an event that's happening?
Oh.
And the thing was, the studio came back and said, no. We need an actual demon in the film. Because if we're calling it this, we need an actual demon. And I
suppose that's fair.
I actually have to side with the studio.
Yeah.
To be honest, because I think it works better. And you do leave in, because for me at least with the film, everyone else doesn't know if it's real or not, but the protagonists do. So that adds more to the ambiguity of everything, I think.
Yeah. That would have been interesting. I think, like, if there was one way I could say they could have gone with it to kind of like mesh both, you don't show it at the beginning, you imply it's there, but then you show it during like the final sequence and everything. But
yes,
that's just a potential option. I'm more than fine with how the film turned out.
Casting the Ruins was actually adapted later in the 1970s by the BBC.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Did they actually use the title, or did they name it something else?
They used the title Casting the Ruins.
Okay.
It that one though follows more to the original short story, which you don't have a demon showing up in it.
Really?
Well, you do and you don't. M.R. James was a master of subtle horror. He would save usually the horror for like one big moment. But usually it was all in descriptive. Whereas in this case, I'll spoil it for you, my dear scholars, was a scene where the hero moves their hand towards their pillow and feels something furry with very sharp teeth resting underneath it.
Ooh, that's visceral.
But they pull the hand back quickly before anything happens, and then they see nothing after that.
God, that's Oh god, feeling an unexpected texture suddenly is like one of the worst things.
There's actually a short story that he did that explores that even more,
Oh my gosh.
which I can't remember the name of it now, but the scare in that one is entirely due to someone feeling a texture that should not be there.
Ugh. Ugh.
I will once I find it, I will send that to you.
Yeah, please do. I'd be curious to check that out.
But yeah, Curse of the Demon, I forgot about that being folk horror. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
Night of the Demon, Curse of the Demon, such a good movie. Such a good movie.
Like the crossing of the boundary there being like you're delving into a subject that shouldn't be broached. And again, that falls back into like taboo subjects and things like that, and the fears therein. I suppose. Speaking of which, I would hate if we went on this topic and I did not bring up the movie The Witch.
Yes.
You cannot talk about folk horror and not bring up The Witch.
Yes. That
And
is a
I know
perfect example.
one friend of mine would have had my head probably if I didn't mention The Witch and Black Phillip and Living Deliciously.
Mm-hmm.
So like I had to find a way to bring it in there, but that is one, it's one of my favorites out of the bunch. It's so well made. Hail Black Phillip, yes, Wise. But it's one of those rare instances where like it feels like there's really no good way for things to go.
Mm-hmm.
Like once they're in their situation, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yes.
Like you feel so bad for our protagonist. Like they as a family are just trying to make it because apparently they were too much for the village they were in before.
Mm-hmm.
And so ventured out on their own. And then it just progressively devolves, and it's again that idea of something destroying itself from the inside out.
Yeah.
Not quite to the degree of the lottery, but
No.
there are plenty of examples like this too of things just going down the drain as soon as some inciting incident happens. And for our lead, it's literally let yourself be killed by your zealous father or turn to the occult. It's not a good dichotomy.
Thank you for the raid, Jewelry Jelly. Welcome.
Hello, welcome jewelry. Welcome raiders.
Yeah. Talking about
Oh, I love the little icon.
Thank you for the resub. And oh, that's very scary. Can I give a quick intermission quickly? I have to do something quickly.
Oh, please do.
I will be right back, and we'll discuss more. Okay, I'm. Oh, there you are. All right, back.
Welcome back.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay, where were we? The witch.
The witch. Rocking a hard place. Nowhere good to go.
Nowhere to go. No. And very much some of the horror is how the whole events start to destroy them from the inside as well.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with the father.
Yeah. Just the slow degradation of like morality and everything as things deteriorate.
Mm-hmm.
Though it also brings up like that depiction of the witch again, like as like the hag depiction kind of thing, which is very very prevalent.
Oh yeah.
But at the same time they don't always depict her that way. She very much is seductive to the young boy of the family. But yeah, it's that fear of broaching those kinds of topics, of going for those desires or anything like that, or even just the fear of speaking up, really, which seemingly our protagonist is just like shackled by that fear of like upsetting her father, at least for most of the film.
Yeah.
Because then things just all unravel and then it doesn't matter anymore. But yeah, and oh gosh, I don't even want to think about how just the exacerbation of even just the location they chose. Like, it's not a fruitful place to live, but they chose to settle down there, and try as they might to make do, things just keep going wrong, and it's attributed to the influence of the witch and Satan, or I should say Black Phillip, and things going wrong. Unfortunate cut off at the top of video chat.
What? What?
What?
What?
What?
I don't know.
Did we cut off?
I don't know.
The puns blew his mind.
Oh, come on, Kintron! Jury Jelly, why are you blue? Oh, because I'm awakened. That's why. Yeah. Just had to check. Oh, that's why. Oh, I see. The first username visible. Unfortunately cut off on the video chat. The first username. What?
Oh, it's jewelry jelly. It's just Jew.
Oh! Oh no! Oh no!
It's okay. We knew who you are, Julie.
Yes, we knew. Oh no! Oh dear. I'll have to try and figure out something.
You just need to widen the box a little.
Yeah.
It's okay.
It's okay.
But honestly, the situation, the circumstantial stuff that happens in The Witch is literally just what would happen if, like, animals got sick, if crops just didn't grow that year. Like, it's so easily attributed to just bad circumstance.
Yeah.
And to see just how big an effect that can have on people, it's incredibly sad. And to the lengths that they have to go to, like, they try and make sense of it, they try and grapple with it morally, like, are we not doing enough, like, for God, for our religion? Are we not, praying enough? Like, all of these things, and unfortunately, the abuse of it just it's punching down.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, for that reason, the people in this film get their comeuppance. And I don't even know if I can say if it's a good ending. Like, it feels less like... I can see some interpretations of it being like, feminist liberation, but there's also that idea of like it's a descent into madness,
I th-
and as liberating as it might feel, it ain't good.
I think the director actually went out of their way to make it a question if it's good or not,
Mm-hmm.
to leave it ambiguous.
Judging by the tone, it's definitely left ambiguous. Like the end shot, I remember is like I found it to be sinister. Like it is, like you have that hope there, that like as Weiss says, oh come on, she's so much happier now. But like even then, I can't tell if it's genuine or if it's just like nothing matters anymore. Like that kind of.
She's fine.
Oh, she's fine. Oh man. But yeah, from across culture and across film, like nothing quite epitomizes the anxieties of folk horror much quite like The Witch does.
Yeah, I think some people have cited The Witch as being sort of a new golden age for folk horror films.
I think so.
The new one. Yeah.
A new era.
A new era.
Mm-hmm. Like I certainly saw kind of an uptick in like folk horror style stuff after The Witch was such a success.
Yeah.
And like I always find that interesting, like especially in film, like people will come out and say no, the genre's dead, and then not long after someone will just like bring up like a blockbuster movie maker in the genre and it'll be like, no it's not,
No,
you just need to make it well.
Yeah.
That's it. Like, well, I say that's it like it's something you can easily do. It's not, it's hard work. But at the same time it's like you really just need to kind of take your time with it and just do your research pretty much. Zombie horror's an undead genre.
Kidron! No! No!
Actually, that's a thing. Zombies in folk horror. A less explored subgenre, but one that is, I think, it's less done in Hollywood in the American circles.
White Zombie, yes. White Zombie is a good example. It's mostly because of, Night of the Living Dead kind of more or less swallowed up the whole idea of what a zombie is. Night of the Living Dead wasn't even supposed to be a zombie film.
It wasn't?
Technically isn't a zombie film. I think the original film was going to be called Night of the Ghouls or something.
Oh.
And if you think about it, the zombies in that film fit more along the lines of the traditional depiction of a ghoul. Which, for those who don't know, ghouls are like monsters that eat the dead and wander graveyards. Oh, Serpent in the Rainbow! Someone. Oh yes, Serpent in the Rainbow! It's an excellent example. Where that one is tries to do a more realistic depiction of what zombies are. Which is, yeah, it does get it mostly right, more or less.
What is the distinction between the two?
You mean what actual zombies are like?
Yeah.
Well, an actual zombie is someone who has been they're essentially drugged with a mixture of a poison that contains fugu venom.
Okay.
Which essentially makes them so that their heart is so slow that it's almost as if they're dead. They get buried, and then they're unburied several days later, long enough for there to be a little bit of essentially brain damage, given another drug which essentially dulls their senses. and then Bob's Your Uncle, you got a zombie, real
Wow.
zombie.
Dang.
Yeah, it's and these older zombie films, of course, the actual threat was not the zombie themselves, but rather the zombie master.
Yeah,
Oh,
the people behind it.
Plague of the Zombies. Hammer Horror,
Like,
Plague of the
oh,
Zombies. I forgot Plague of the
yes.
Zombies. That is a
Yes.
perfect example of zombies for folk horror.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Absolutely agreed.
oh, that one is a good film. I mean, you place the zombies in the West Country of England. I know, actually, they place it in Cornwall, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And the zombies are, and it borrows a lot of that sort of folkloric depiction of a zombie, while
Mm-hmm.
also wrapping it up in the folkloric setting of England.
Yeah.
So it's actually kind of like a 2 for 2.
Isn't there? I'm blanking on the name of it. I don't think it's City of the Dead. I think it's like a different title. But there's like a town of people who are basically all undead, but they've retained their personalities and things like
I
that.
know the one, and now I'm blanking on it. Oh,
And like they have to like lure in like tourists or something like that, and it's human sacrifice so they can like preserve their undead nature or something
oh, I
along
know
those
the one
lines.
I wasn't that a film for the 80s, I think, or something.
I think
Oh my
might have been.
goodness. Hold on. It's gonna bother me until I find it.
I know this is gonna bug me too. Luckily, if Weiss knows it off the top of his head, he will definitely tell us. Shoot.
Oh my goodness, what's it called? It's really, really.
Is it close to that title? Is it like maybe City of the Damned or something like
No,
that?
I don't think so. I might be thinking of a different one. Um,
You blanked. Weiss.
mm,
Zombie
mm.
film, except it's like like an isolated village. The people there are undead, but they've retained their like intelligence, their personality, and they're kind of like they have to like lure in people from time to time as like
Mhm.
human sacrifice. I believe that's the plot.
There's a. Hold on.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Oh my goodness, come on, show me what's it. It's a strange title. It's not like an obvious title.
Based on Ohio Cantron.
What's the name?
Hang on, maybe it's among the titles here from the documentary.
Oh my goodness.
It's not the living head, that ain't it.
Oh, The Living Head. I know that one.
um. Is this it? Hang on.
Wait, my phone. What was it?
No, not this one. Okay. Apologies, everyone. We're both stuck on something, and we have to figure out what it is.
I know one movie called Dead and Buried, but that's not
Maybe?
it. I don't think, because that has a scientific reason for it.
Yeah. I want to say it was in black and white, if I remember right. Why? Weez likes that one. Oh, come on, webpage, work with me here.
Now we're both trying to hunt this thing down. It's gonna.
I know we're trying to figure this out. We
It's
got
gonna bother us. What is it?
Shoot. Well, of course, so when I try and look for this, my web page is just absolutely crapping out on me and just not working. Go figure. Dang it! we may have to come back to it if we
Yeah,
none of
yeah.
us can find it or
I
something
can't
like that.
think of it.
Mm-hmm.
I can't think of it.
Dang. So, well, it'll like. I
It'll,
guarantee you, it'll like
it'll
pop up as soon as stream ends.
yes.
And they'll be like, dang it.
Yeah. Mm.
Let me think. Are there any, like in terms of foreign folk horror, are there any subsections that you want to see more of? In terms of like stories from other countries, other folklores.
That I don't know, because again, I'm not picky as long as it explores like obscure folklore that I'm not aware of. I'm always interested in anything. There was a I think it was a Polish film I had heard about. Now I gotta look this up one again. That I'd heard about. It was very unusual. It was based off a novel.
It's true. It's true. I do want more Jiangshi. I do want more Chinese folklore in cinema. I would love to see more of that. The idea of the jumping zombie or the hopping vampire. I would love to see some more of that.
My goodness, why can't I find this? Ah, there it is. It's a 1970 film, Locus.
Locust?
Locus. L-O-K-I-S.
Locus.
Locus. It is about a man who is apparently rumored to have been born from a woman and a bear.
Ooh.
And it follows this pastor who meets he's a wealthy man, as his true nature starts to slowly bleed out into his life, just as he's preparing to get married. And it's a folk horror film, 1970, Polish, and it sounds fascinating. I think it's available actually to stream.
Ooh, I'll have to see if I can find it.
Yeah. It's very strange. But it's always interesting when you find like folk horror that is oh, there it is. Thank you, Ice. That is based off tales that you're not familiar with. Because I had no idea this film existed until I stumbled on it, and it's apparently based off a novella.
Ooh, interesting.
From the 1800s. And yes, the poster is nightmarish.
Oh yeah, I know. I love the artwork of it. I want to know how they made that. I want to know how they did that artwork. That's so cool.
I'm trying to think if there's any shows. I've always been interested in the mythology of the Draug, and I don't think there's a lot of Draug films. And I'm not talking about the one there's two kinds of Draugs in Norwegian folklore, and that's the water kind and the land kind. There's been a lot of films on the land kind, not enough on the water kind, and I want to see some more of those. That would be interesting. There is a figure I've always wanted to see in a movie, and I don't think anyone's done a film on it for folk horror. Knuckle of V. I don't think there's been a single film about Knuckle of V.
Ooh.
Let's have a Knuckle of V film.
I want to see that. Oh, and if there's a creature that is, I think, seemingly underrated in film, I want to see more Wendigo movies.
Oh yeah, the Wendigo would be interesting.
Yeah, they did do one recently. Shoot, what's it called? I don't think it's called Wendigo. I think they call it something else. It came out, I think, 2021. I want to say.
That is recent.
It was such a strange time because I went to go see it as like a work outing, like with coworkers. And it's not a. There is no levity. Antlers, that's it. Yep.
Antlers. I've heard of that. Ooh, Weiss.
It's
Ravenous. I remember that movie.
Ravenous is also good. It is not a positive film in most any respect. It is very dour.
Mm-hmm.
One of the reasons I decided to go for it was because Guillermo del Toro was producing, and like I am a stan for that man's work. I love what he does. But the film Antlers takes the myth of the Wendigo and very much on the nose kind of uses it as a analogy for severe drug use.
I'm not. That is interesting.
But at the same time, they still have folk horror elements of it in that the curse itself is only unearthed because of I think it was mining or no. What's the practice? Is it shilling?
Um.
It's based in I think Alaska. So there was this. They tried to put an environmental spin on it. It didn't quite work that well, but that was the process that set everything in motion.
I thought they was set in Alaska.
I think because of I think there is a slightly more prominent Native American presence, at least in the northern territories of both like Canada and Alaska.
Yeah, I'll be a little bit snooty about this. Although the Wendigo myth doesn't actually, I don't think it actually belongs in the Alaska area. For that. That's more Algonquin, I believe, which is more Midwest, East, Upper Midwest sort of thing for the United States.
They placed this one definitely further north.
Yeah.
Wow, the Wendigo's a Midwestern monster?
Oh, yeah. Upper Midwest.
Yeah.
Very North Midwest. Kintron, they put the Wendigo in Pet Cemetery. They did! In fact, it's hinted that's the cause of the whole trouble, is the Wendigo.
It's the shape that is kind of vaguely seen off in the distance.
I don't know if is it in the movie or is it just in the book?
Not in the first version of the movie, I don't believe. In the remake, I think they made it a little more prominent. To my recollection.
Ooh, Aseo. Okay, this is just me, but I would love to see some stuff on more of the crazy local things you can find here in the Midwest. I mean, the Michigan Dogman, there is a Minnesota Dogman, but the Michigan Dogman is more well known. The Lake Pepin Monster, the Hairy Man of the Vergas Trails, I know. I can only really name the Midwest ones, but there are more all over the place. Interesting.
So maybe more along the... Ooh, that's an interesting transition. More into like the modern folklore kind of thing, where in this case it would be kind of along the lines of cryptids and cryptid myth and legend.
Yeah, that would be interesting, especially if you can wrap it around with a folkloric feel. That would be an interesting thing.
There's been a number. There's been a number of Yeti / Bigfoot.
Oh yeah. Plenty of them.
Some good, some not good, but also hilarious to watch.
Kintron, original movie they said it was more native burial ground. Remake had Wendigo involvement. Interesting. It's interesting. Okay, I'm trying to think any other films we can think of that are good examples.
Quite possibly, but if you want to maybe take a breather for a bit, I could transition. Speaking of, like, you know, the interpretations of quote unquote Indian folklore in like American literature and things like that.
Okay.
I could read my story.
Yes, please.
So for everyone who is here, the story I chose for tonight is a classic that I very much enjoyed back in my English courses by Washington Irving. The Devil and Tom Walker. And this delves into multiple branches. It's got our folk horror, it's got our demon slash Satan, it's got a bit of our Native American superstition as depicted by American media, but whatever. Product of its time. The Devil and Tom Walker by Washington Irving. A few miles from Boston, in Massachusetts, there is a deep inlet winding several miles into the interior of the country from Charles Bay, and terminated in a thickly wooded swamp or morass. On one side of this inlet is a beautiful dark grove. On the opposite side, the land rises abruptly from the water's edge into a high ridge, on which grow a few scattered oaks of great age and immense size. Under one of these gigantic trees, according to old stories, there was a great amount of treasure buried by Kidd the pirate. The inlet allowed a facility to bring the money in a boat secretly and at night to the very foot of the hill. The elevation of the place permitted a good lookout to be kept that no one was at hand, while the remarkable trees formed good landmarks by which the place might easily be found again. The old stories add, moreover, that the devil presided at the hiding of the money and took it under his guardianship. But this, it is well known, as he always does with buried treasure, particularly when it has been ill-gotten. Be that as it may, Kidd never returned to recover his wealth, being shortly after seized at Boston, sent out to England, and there hanged for a pirate. About the year 1727, just at the time that earthquakes were prevalent in New England and shook many tall sinners down upon their knees, there lived near this place a meager, miserly fellow of the name of Tom Walker. He had a wife as miserly as himself. They were so miserly that they even conspired to cheat each other. Whatever the woman could lay hands on, she hid away. A hen could not cackle, but she was on the alert to secure the new laid egg. Her husband was continually prying about to detect her secret hoards, and many and fierce were the conflicts that took place about what ought to have been common property. They lived in a forlorn looking house that stood alone and had an air of starvation. A few straggling saving trees, emblems of sterility, grew near it. No smoke ever curled from its chimney, no traveler stopped at its door. A miserable horse, whose ribs were as articulate as the bards of a gridiron, stalked about a field, where a thin carpet of moss, scarcely covering the ragged beds of pudding stone, tantalized and balked his hunger, and sometimes he would lean his head over the fence, look piteously at the passers-by, and seem to petition deliverance from this land of famine. The house and its inmates had altogether a bad name. Tom's wife was a tall termagant, fierce of temper, loud of tongue, and strong of arm. Her voice was often heard in wordy warfare with her husband, and his face sometimes showed signs that their conflicts were not confined to words. No one ventured, however, to interfere between them. The lonely wayfarer shrank within himself at the horrid clamor and clapper-clawing, eyed the den of discord at askance, and hurried on his way, rejoicing, if a bachelor, in his celibacy. One day that Tom Walker had been to a distant part of the neighborhood, he took what he considered a shortcut homeward through the swamp. Like most shortcuts, it was an ill-chosen route. The swamp was thickly grown with great gloomy pines and hemlocks, some of them 90 feet high, which made it dark at noonday and a retreat for all the owls of the neighborhood. It was full of pits and quagmires, partly covered with weeds and mosses, where the green surface often betrayed the traveler into a gulf of black, smothering mud. There were also dark and stagnant pools, the abodes of the tadpole, the bullfrog, and the water snake, where the trunks of pines and hemlocks lay half drowned, half rotting, looking like alligators sleeping in the mire. Tom had long been picking his way cautiously through this treacherous forest, stepping from tuft to tuft of rushes and roots, which afforded precarious footholds among deep sloughs, or pacing carefully like a cat along the prostrate trunks of trees, startled now and then by the sudden screaming of the bittern or the quacking of a wild duck, rising on the wing from some solitary pool. At length he arrived at a firm piece of ground which ran like a peninsula into the deep bosom of the swamp. It had been one of the strongholds of the Indians during their wars with the first colonists. Here they had thrown up a kind of fort which they had looked upon as almost impregnable, and had used as a place of refuge for their squaws and children. Nothing remained of the old Indian fort but a few embankments, gradually sinking to the level of the surrounding earth, and already overgrown in part by oaks and other forest trees, the foliage of which formed a contrast to the dark pines and hemlocks of the swamps. It was late in the dusk of evening when Tom Walker reached the old fort, and he paused there a while to rest himself. Any one but he would have felt unwilling to linger in this lonely, melancholy place, for the common people had a bad opinion of it, from the stories handed down from the times of the Indian Wars, when it was asserted that the savages held incantations here and made sacrifices to the evil spirit. Tom Walker, however, was not a man to be troubled with any fears of the kind. He reposed himself for some time on the trunk of a fallen hemlock, listening to the boding cry of the tree toad, and delving with his walking staff into a mound of black mold at his feet. As he turned up the soil unconsciously, his staff struck against something hard. He raked it out of the vegetable mold, and lo, a cloven skull, with an Indian tomahawk buried deep in it, lay before him. The rust on the weapon showed the time that had elapsed since this death blow had been given. It was a dreamy memento of the fierce struggle that had taken place in this last foothold of the Indian warriors. "Hm," said Tom Walker as he gave it a kick to shake the dirt from it. "Let that skull alone," said a gruff voice. Tom lifted up his eyes and beheld a great black man seated directly opposite him on the stump of a tree. He was exceedingly surprised, having neither heard nor seen anyone approach, and he was still more perplexed on observing, as well as the gathering gloom would permit, that the stranger was neither Negro nor Indian. It is true he was dressed in a rude Indian garb and had a red belt or sash swathed round his body, but his face was neither black nor copper colored, but swarthy and dingy, and begrimed with soot, as if he had been accustomed to toil among fires and forges. He had a shock of coarse black hair that stood out from his head in all directions, and bore an X on his shoulder. He scowled for a moment at Tom with a pair of great red eyes. "What are you doing on my grounds?" said the black man with a hoarse, growling voice. "Your grounds?" said Tom with a sneer. "No more your grounds than mine. They belong to Deacon Peabody." "Deacon Peabody be damned," said the stranger, "as I flatter myself he will be, for he does not look more to his own sins and less to those of his neighbors. Look yonder and see how Deacon Peabody is faring." Tom looked in the direction that the stranger pointed, and beheld one of the great trees, fair and flourishing without, but rotten at the core, and saw that it had been nearly hewn through, so that the first high wind was likely to blow it down. On the bark of the tree was scored the name of Deacon Peabody, an eminent man who had waxed wealthy by driving shrewd bargains with the Indians. He now looked around and found most of the tall trees marked with the name of some great man of the colony, and all more or less scored by the axe. The one on which he had been seated, and which had evidently just been hewn down, bore the name of Crowninshield, and he recollected a mighty rich man of that name, who made a vulgar display of wealth, which it was whispered he had acquired by buccaneering. "He's just ready for burning," said the black man with a growl of triumph. "You see, I am likely to have a good stock of firewood for winter." But what right have you, said Tom, to cut down Deacon Peabody's timber? The right of a prior claim, said the other. This woodland belonged to me long before one of your white-faced race put foot upon the soil. And pray, who are you, if I may be so bold? Said Tom. Oh, I go by various names. I am the wild huntsman in some countries, the black miner in others. In this neighborhood, I am known by the name of the Black Woodsman. I am he to whom the red men consecrated this spot, and in honor of whom they now and then roasted a white man, by way of sweet smelling sacrifice. Since the red men have been exterminated by you white savages, I amuse myself by presiding at the persecutions of Quakers and Anabaptists. I am the great patron and prompter of slave dealers, and the grand master of the Salem witches. The upshot of all which is that, if I mistake not, said Tom sturdily, you are he commonly called Old Scratch. The same, at your service, replied the black man with a half civil nod. Such was the opening of this interview, according to the old story. Though it has almost too familiar an air to be credited, one would think that to meet with such a singular personage in this wild, lonely place would have shaken any man's nerves. But Tom was a hard minded fellow, not easily daunted, and he had lived so long with a termagant wife that he did not even fear the devil. It is said that after this commencement, they had a long and earnest conversation together as Tom returned homeward. The black man told him of great sums of money buried by Kid the pirate under the oak trees on the high ridge, not far from the morass. All these were under his command and protected by his power, so that none could find them but such as propitiated his favor. These he offered to place within Tom Walker's reach, having conceived an especial kindness for him, but they were to be had only on certain conditions. What these conditions were may be easily surmised, though Tom never disclosed them publicly. They must have been very hard, for he required time to think of them, and he was not a man to stick at trifles when money was in view. When they had reached the edge of the swamp, the stranger paused. What proof have I that all you have been telling me is true? Said Tom. There's my signature, said the black man, pressing his finger on Tom's forehead. So saying, he turned off among the thickets of the swamp and seemed, as Tom said, to go down, down, down into the earth until nothing but his head and shoulders could be seen, and so on until he totally disappeared. When Tom reached home, he found the black print of a finger burned, as it were, into his forehead, which nothing could obliterate. The first news his wife had to tell him was the sudden death of Absalom Crowninshield, the rich buccaneer. It was announced in the papers with the usual flourish that, quote, a great man had fallen on Israel, unquote. Tom recollected the tree which his black friend had just hewn down, and which was ready for burning. Let the freebooter roast, said Tom. Who cares? He now felt convinced that all he had heard and seen was no illusion. He was not prone to let his wife into his confidence, but as this was an uneasy secret, he willingly shared it with her. All her avarice was awakened at the mention of hidden gold, and she urged her husband to comply with the black man's terms and secure what would make them wealthy for life. However, Tom might have felt disposed to sell himself to the devil. He was determined not to do so to oblige his wife. So he flatly refused, out of the mere spirit of contradiction. Many and bitter were the quarrels they had on the subject, but the more she talked, the more resolute was Tom not to be damned to please her. At length she determined to drive the bargain on her own account, and if she succeeded, to keep all the gain to herself. Being of the same fearless temper as her husband, she set off for the old Indian fort toward the close of a summer's day. She was many hours absent. When she came back, she was reserved and sullen in her replies. She spoke something of a black man whom she had met about twilight hewing at the root of a tall tree. He was sulky, however, and would not come to terms. She was to go again with a propitiatory offering, but what it was she forbore to say. The next evening, she set off again for the swamp with her apron heavily laden. Tom waited and waited for her, but in vain. Midnight came, but she did not make her appearance. Morning, noon, night returned, but still she did not come. Tom now grew uneasy for her safety, especially as he found she had carried off in her apron the silver teapot and spoons and every portable article of value. Another night elapsed, another morning came, but no wife. In a word, she was never heard from more. What was her real fate, nobody knows, in consequence of so many pretending to know. It is one of those facts which has become confounded by a variety of historians. Some asserted that she lost her way among the tangled mazes of the swamp and sank into some pit or slough. Others, more uncharitable, hinted that she had eloped with the household booty and made off to some other province, while others surmised that the tempter had decoyed her into a dismal quagmire, on the top of which her hat was found lying. In confirmation of this, it was said a great black man with an axe on his shoulder was seen late that very evening coming out of the swamp carrying a bundle tied in a check apron with an air of surly triumph. The most current and probable story, however, observes that Tom Walker grew so anxious about the fate of his wife and his property that he set out at length to seek them both at the Indian fort. During a long summer's afternoon, he searched about the gloomy place, but no wife was to be seen. He called her name repeatedly, but she was nowhere to be heard. The bittern alone responded to his voice, as he flew screaming by, or the bullfrog croaked dolefully from a neighboring pool. At length, it is said, just in the brown hour of twilight, when the owls began to hoot and the bats to flit about, his attention was attracted by the clamor of carrion crows hovering about a cypress tree. He looked up and beheld a bundle tied in a check apron and hanging in the branches of the tree, with a great vulture perched hard by, as if keeping watch upon it. He leaped with joy, for he recognized his wife's apron, and supposed it to contain the household valuables. "Let us get hold of the property," said he, consolingly to himself, "and we will endeavor to do without the woman." As he scrambled up the tree, the vulture spread its wide wings and sailed off screaming into the deep shadows of the forest. Tom seized the checked apron, but, woeful sight, found nothing but a heart and liver tied up in it. Such, according to this most authentic old story, was all that was to be found of Tom's wife. She had probably attempted to deal with the black man as she had been accustomed to deal with her husband, but though a female scold is generally considered a match for the devil, yet in this instance she appears to have had the worst of it. She must have died game, however, for it is said Tom noticed many prints of cloven feet deeply stamped about the tree, and found handfuls of hair that looked as if they had been plucked from the coarse black shock of the woodsman. Tom knew his wife's prowess by experience. He shrugged his shoulders as he looked at the signs of fierce clapper clawing. Egad, he said to himself, Old Scratch must have had a tough time of it. Tom consoled himself for the loss of his property with the loss of his wife, for he was a man of fortitude. He even felt something like gratitude towards the Black Woodsman, who he considered had done him a kindness. He sought, therefore, to cultivate a further acquaintance with him, but for some time without success. The old blacklegs played shy, for, whatever people may think, he is not always to be had for the calling. He knows how to play his cards when pretty sure of his game. At length, it is said, when delay had whetted Tom's eagerness to the quick and prepared him to agree to anything rather than not gain the promised treasure, he met the black man one evening in his usual woodsman's dress, with his axe on his shoulder, sauntering along the swamp and humming a tune. He affected to receive Tom's advances with great indifference, made brief replies, and went on humming his tune. By degrees, however, Tom brought him to business, and they began to haggle about the terms on which the former was to have the pirate's treasure. There was one condition which need not be mentioned, being generally understood in all cases where the devil grants favors. But there were others about which, though of less importance, he was inflexibly obstinate. He insisted that the money found through his means should be employed in his service. He proposed, therefore, that Tom should employ it in the black traffic. That is to say, that he should fit out a slave ship. This, however, Tom resolutely refused. He was bad enough in all conscience, but the devil himself could not tempt him to turn slave trader. Finding Tom so squeamish on this point, he did not insist upon it, but proposed instead that he should turn usurer, the devil being extremely anxious for the increase of usurers, looking upon them as his peculiar people. To this, no objections were made, for it was just to Tom's taste. You shall open a broker's shop in Boston next month, said the black man. I'll do it tomorrow if you wish, said Tom Walker. You shall lend money at 2% a month. Egad, I'll charge 4, replied Tom Walker. You shall extort bonds, foreclose mortgages, drive the merchants to bankruptcy. I'll drive them to the devil, cried Tom Walker. You are the usurer for my money, said the Blacklegs with delight. When will you want the rhino? This very night. Done, said the devil. Done, said Tom Walker. So they shook hands and struck a bargain. A few days' time saw Tom Walker seated behind his desk in a counting house in Boston. His reputation for a ready moneyed man who would lend money out for a good consideration soon spread abroad. Everybody remembers the time of Governor Belcher, when money was particularly scarce. It was a time of paper credit. The country had been deluged with government bills. The famous land bank had been established. There had been a rage for speculating. The people had run mad with schemes for new settlements, for building cities in the wilderness. Land jobbers went about with maps for grants and townships and Eldorados, lying nobody knew where, but which everybody was ready to purchase. In a word, the great speculating fever which breaks out every now and then in the country had raged to an alarming degree, and everybody was dreaming of making sudden fortunes from nothing. As usual, the fever had subsided, the dream had gone off, and the imaginary fortunes with it. The patients were left in doleful plight, and the whole country resounded with the consequent cry of hard times. At this propitious time of public distress did Tom Walker step up as usurer in Boston. His door was soon thronged by customers. The needy and adventurous, the gambling speculator, the dreaming land jobber, the thriftless tradesman, the merchant with cracked credit. In short, everyone, driven to raise money by desperate means and desperate sacrifices, hurried to Tom Walker. Thus, Tom was the universal friend to the needy and acted like a friend in need. That is to say, he always exacted good pay and security. In proportion to the distress of the applicant was the hardness of his terms. He accumulated bonds and mortgages, gradually squeezed his customers closer and closer, and sent them at length dry as a sponge from his door. In this way, he made money hand over hand, became a rich and mighty man, and exalted his cocked hat upon change. He built himself, as usual, a vast house out of ostentation, but left the greater part of it unfinished and unfurnished, out of parsimony. He even set up a carriage in the fullness of his vainglory, though he nearly starved the horses which drew it. And as the ungreased wheels groaned and screeched on the axle-trees, you would have thought you heard the souls of the poor debtors he was squeezing. As Tom waxed old, however, he grew thoughtful. Having secured the good things of this world, he began to feel anxious about those of the next. He thought with regret of the bargain he had made with his black friend, and set his wits to work to cheat him out of the conditions. He became, therefore, all of a sudden, a violent churchgoer. He prayed loudly and strenuously, as if heaven were to be taken by force of lungs. Indeed, one might always tell when he had sinned most during the week by the clamor of his Sunday devotion. The quiet Christians, who had been modestly and steadfastly traveling Zionward, were struck with self reproach at seeing themselves so suddenly outstripped in their career by this new made convert. Tom was as rigid and religious as in money matters. He was a stern supervisor and censor of his neighbors, and seemed to think every sin entered up to their account became a credit on his own side of the page. He even talked of the expediency of reviving the persecution of Quakers and Anabaptists. In a word, Tom's zeal became as notorious as his riches. Still, in spite of all this strenuous attention to forms, Tom had a lurking dread that the devil, after all, would have his due. That he might not be taken unawares, therefore, it is said he always carried a small Bible in his coat pocket. He had also a great folio Bible on his counting house desk, and would frequently be found reading it when people called on business. On such occasions, he would lay his green spectacles on the book to mark the place, while he turned round to drive some usurious bargain. Some say that Tom grew a little crack-brained in his old days, and that, fancying his end approaching, he had his horse new shod, saddled and bridled, and buried with his feet uppermost, because he supposed that at the last day the world would be turned upside down, in which case he should find his horse standing ready for mounting, and he was determined at the worst to give his old friend a run for it. This, however, is probably a mere old wives' fable. If he really did take such a precaution, it was totally superfluous. At least, so says the authentic old legend, which closes his story in the following manner. One hot summer afternoon in the dog days, just as a terrible black thunder gust was coming up, Tom sat in his counting house, in his white linen cap and India silk morning gown. He was on the point of foreclosing a mortgage, by which he would complete the ruin of an unlucky land speculator for whom he had professed the greatest friendship. The poor land jobber begged him to grant a few months' indulgence. Tom had grown testy and irritated, and refused another delay. My family will be ruined and brought upon the parish, said the land jobber. Charity begins at home, replied Tom. I must take care of myself in these hard times. You have made so much money out of me, said the speculator. Tom lost his patience at his piety. The devil take me, said he, if I have made a farthing. Just then, there were 3 loud knocks at the street door. He stepped out to see who was there. A black man was holding a black horse which neighed and stamped with impatience. Tom, you've been come for, said the black fellow gruffly. Tom shrank back, but too late. He had left his little Bible at the bottom of his coat pocket, and his big Bible on the desk buried under the mortgage he was about to foreclose. Never was sinner taken more unawares. The black man whisked him like a child into the saddle, gave the horse the lash, and away he galloped, with Tom on his back in the midst of the thunderstorm. The clerks stuck their pens behind their ears and stared after him from the windows. Away went Tom Walker, dashing down the streets, his white cap bobbing up and down, his morning gown fluttering in the wind, and his steed striking fire out of the pavement at every bound. When the clerks turned to look for the black man, he had disappeared. Tom Walker never returned to foreclose the mortgage. A countryman who lived on the border of the swamp reported that in the height of the thunder gust he had heard a great clattering of hooves and a howling along the road. and running to the window caught sight of a figure such as I have described on a horse that galloped like mad across the fields, over the hills, and down into the black hemlock swamp toward the old Indian fort, and that shortly after a thunderbolt falling in that direction seemed to set the whole forest in a blaze. The good people of Boston shook their heads and shrugged their shoulders, but had been so much accustomed to witches and goblins and tricks of the devil in all kinds of shapes from the first settlement of the colony that they were not so much horror struck as might have been expected. Trustees were appointed to take charge of Tom's effects. There was nothing, however, to administer upon. On searching his coffers, all his bonds and mortgages were reduced to cinders. In place of gold and silver, his iron chest was filled with chips and shavings. Two skeletons lay in his stable instead of his half starved horses. And the very next day, his great house took fire and was burned to the ground. Such was the end of Tom Walker and his ill gotten wealth. Let all gripping money brokers lay this story to heart. The truth of it is not to be doubted. The very hole under the oak trees whence he dug kids' money is to be seen to this day, and the neighboring swamp and old Indian fort are often haunted in stormy nights by a figure on horseback, in morning gown and white cap, which is doubtless the troubled spirit of the usurer. In fact, the story has resolved itself into a proverb and is the origin of that popular saying so prevalent throughout New England of the devil and Tom Walker.
That is such a good story.
I know, right?
I actually heard a shorter version of that story in the Short and Sherry collection.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it the version I've heard removes the wife and removes some of the extra stuff in it, but it's the same story.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that was great, FTWastes.
Yeah.
That was wonderful reading.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm not as keen nowadays to apply devil worship to Native Americans.
Yeah,
That's always kind of like a oh come on.
yeah. That was very much of the times, and the language was very much of the times,
Mm-hmm.
which is always important, dear scholars, to remember when it comes to some of these older readings.
Mm-hmm. But I do appreciate the pokes and the satiric pokes and jabs of yeah, the devil might be bad, but my wife is worse kind of thing.
Yes, indeed. And Irving was always a master of satire.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
I love his work. Every one I've read, I don't think I've had a disappointing story from Irving.
Oh yeah. His Adventures of the German Student was very good too.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
And like I said to you before, I wish I would have read The Legend of Sleepy Hollow here tonight, but that would have taken forever.
Yeah, it's a long story.
And a little less to do on the horror side.
Yeah.
Most of it is about the caricature that is Ichabod Crane and everything leading up to that point.
Mm.
Wise, I wish I could read.
Oh boy. So,
But yeah, I love the story.
Mhm.
It's one of my I like a simple Faustian bargain story.
yeah.
Like there's nothing wrong with doing it simple like this. And even Irving himself is like, y'all know what's gonna happen in the deal here. You know what
Yeah.
the terms are.
Yeah, we don't have
But
to tell.
it goes to show how shrewd he was that he even managed to bargain any points whatsoever.
Yeah. And that whole thing about, okay, I think Kinshon pointed this out earlier. I refuse to be a slaver. How about a banker? Deal.
Yeah, exactly. Even not necessarily a banker. He's more like a loan shark kind of deal. At least he acts more like a loan shark, like collecting debts and everything.
Yes.
Oh god. It's similar in ways to Hell's lined with bankers and lawyers, that kind of thing.
Oh, yes.
That whole folktale, which Yeah, thankfully, hopefully, a lot of lawyers have a good humor about.
Yes, yes, yes. Cool Skeleton, Tom Nook, Kinshon, Scrooge. Yes, Scrooge is
Oh
well,
yeah, yeah,
Scrooge.
yeah.
Scrooge, we never actually know what he does.
Yeah, he
He,
deals in money. That's
yeah,
about all
that's
we
all we
know.
know. That's all we know. It never says what he does in the story.
Only that
Um,
he just won't give it to anybody.
of course, the Devil and Tom Walker later got expanded into another satirical story, which is the Devil and Daniel Webster.
Really?
Yeah,
That was an expansion on this? Interesting.
essentially, yes. It was a satire of a satire, let's say, and added the whole idea of Daniel Webster defending Tom Walker in a
Oh,
court.
interesting.
Yeah,
Oh, so now we get so now we get the lawyer side of the
we get the
Faustian
lawyer
bargaining club.
side, and he beats the devil.
Ah,
He does beat the devil, but as a consequence, the devil curses him that he'll never become president.
I see. Now, it's interesting, like, this tangentially bringing me to a favorite, more modern Faustian bargain story of mine that I really like. It's called The Devil Game.
I don't think I've heard of that one.
It's a much more recent one because the author, I think, is credited as Infernal Nightmare 333. Like,
Ah,
all we know is his username.
mm,
So the premise of this is like it reads like someone doing like a blog post or even maybe like a YouTube video of instructions on how to speak with the devil
oh,
and the precautions and everything. It is one of my absolute favorites. Are you familiar at all with the narrations of Otis Gyri?
I am not.
He is a storyteller, story reader online. He does tons of horror stories, and he has that voice quality of like a grandfather telling stories kind of deal. That's his sound. It's really cool.
Neat.
But he did his reading of The Devil Game, and it's one of my absolute favorites.
Oh, neat.
It's I'll give you a link after all this is done.
All right.
It is fantastic.
Oh, sounds good. Say, oh, I am. Oh, cool.
Oh yeah, Isao's familiar with Otis Gyri. I remember bringing that up at one point.
Oh,
yes.
neat. Oh, neat.
Yeah, his even if the content is like terrifying, which he does a really great job on delivery too, I could still fall asleep to his voice. It's so relaxing. He partners with like Chilling Tales for Dark Nights, which is a frequent channel on YouTube for horror story reading.
I think I've heard that one before.
It's very good. And they're what inspired me to do story readings like this in the first place.
Oh,
so
wonderful.
shout out to them.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too,
Yeah.
Isao. Me too. In the time that I was reading, did you happen to come up with any movies worth mentioning?
Trying to think if there's any other films that I know of. Well, we kind of passed over Witchfinder General, and
We did.
Witchfinder General is a very interesting film in that the main
Thank you,
the
Issa.
threat in it is wholly human. It's
exclusively human threat, nothing necessarily supernatural.
yeah, there's nothing supernatural. Matthew Hopkins, Witchfinder General, and he is the threat, and it's born out of that. What he can do, and the whole threat of being accused of being a witch. And I guess it was one of the films that Vincent Price hated making. He
Really?
loathed that film completely
For any particular reason?
because he found the character he played so irredeemably evil that it absolutely disgusted him.
Oh, wow. Now, see, usually, well, not usually, I should say, but a lot of times when you have actors who play people who are that downright detestable, it can sometimes be fun for them. Like, for instance, like the actor behind Joffrey in Game of Thrones. Like, he had to reach into some dark places to play the role that he had to play. Uh, but as an actor, like I believe he said he found it like a good exercise in
Yeah.
doing stuff like that. And like I would love to one day like meet him and shake his hand. It's like, you yourself are awesome. Your character is downright disgusting, and I love you for playing it. Like he did such an amazing job. But yet to be in a situation like Vincent had, like where it's so hateable that you yourself like hate playing them.
Hmm.
Like that's interesting.
Yeah, from what I understand, the movie is very, very intense for the time.
Mm-hmm.
And the character Vincent Price plays is very incredibly detestable with absolutely no redeemable qualities whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
Which is to say, Matthew Hopkins was a real person,
Yes.
but he was not
Yes,
as
he was.
evil as the movie pans him out to be, and the movie really goes out of his way. And let's just say the ending is incredibly dark,
Mm.
with absolutely no, it's not a happy ending
Mm-hmm.
for a film.
I also heard it said that the real person, was like still not a good person
Well, no,
by
he wasn't.
most stretches of the imagination. But I'm curious, like just like how bad is like worse compared to the real life person?
There's
Which,
things in the film I can't mention here
yeah,
that he
definitely.
essentially tries to do and does, and it's
Ugh.
and even beyond that, he as a character is, how do I put this? He has a behavior about him that is just, it's not you want, it's not so evil that you like hating him. It's so evil that you really, really, really do absolutely hate him.
Mm,
That sort of thing.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
not like a good feeling of, oh, I'm glad this person's here. I get to dislike this feeling. It's more like, oh my goodness, this guy really is someone I really hate.
Yeah, it's not a love to hate villain. It is a hate villain.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, even those are an interesting find in films. It's hard. It can be hard to do. I should like. It's not hard to think of what an evil person like can do to make you dislike them. But I don't know. There's something about writing someone like that. Like I suppose even Vincent knew it when he saw it. Like, just how does someone like that like come to be? You know?
Yeah.
And the sad part being that it's based off a real person, that there are people like that in the world who can reach those kinds of depths.
And again, it's an interesting example of folk horror, because again, the threat is fully human. It's not a situation where, the people are being threatened by, say, a supernatural being or by the location. They're being threatened by someone, in this case, someone who knows how to use the superstitions and fear of other people to get what they want.
A manipulator.
A manipulator to a horribly, horrible, violent, and disturbing degree.
And I think to, bring us back to something that I had mentioned before, like, there is that fear of regression that I talked about, but that is part of the almost like the strange, fascinating draw we have with stuff like folk horror. In that, whether we want to acknowledge it or not, that people do have this potential inside of them to do these kinds of horrendous things and to live in that kind of ignorance and willfully go through with horrible acts.
Yeah.
And you had mentioned before, like there seems to be a resurgence in this genre right now.
Mm-hmm.
I think that is very, very topical, especially based on what has happened within like the past 4 to 8 years.
Sadly so, yes.
Yeah, the the way that like politically things have been moving, like things that you had hoped were like just far off and like just someone else's problem or even just history's problem are suddenly back at the forefront and genuinely causing harm.
Mm-hmm.
And this kind of conflict we see like represented in the folk horror genre as depicted by, demons, as witches, as cults, as covens, as all these various different things, but that all resonate so strongly because usually the leads, the protagonists in these films want to like either pretend it doesn't exist or will even go so far as to claim it doesn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
And that is what a lot of people, I think, grappled with at the offset of a lot of these. Like, is this really happening? This can't possibly be reality right now. What am I looking at?
Yeah.
And surprisingly enough, like watching these, and because I don't know if there's too many folk horror movies with happy endings, but surprisingly enough, seeing these things play out is better for us.
Cathartic.
Mm-hmm. It's cathartic for
Cathartic.
us, and kind of are almost a way of reminding us to be mindful that if like not to get too complacent.
Yeah.
Because that's the trap that the protagonists fall into. They get complacent in their worldviews. They get complacent in what is right and what is wrong. And then when things do go wrong, like as you said before, they don't know what to do.
Mm-hmm.
They are completely at loss. They're completely at the mercy of what's happening.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Whoa.
Sorry, I just had a thought.
Yes.
As a tangent over back to Japanese folk horror, there is quite a bit in there of like the problem with memory and the problem of like forgetting.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of Japanese horror surrounds that idea of like repressing, like either be it human impulse, be it tragedy, be it like catastrophe, like the consequences of trying to repress those histories and how disastrous it can be.
Yes. Yes.
And I think it's even brought up in a Godzilla film, GMK.
Yes. Where it's a big part of it.
Where Godzilla is literally the manifestation of undead spirits of victims of Japan's conquests. Like,
yes,
like it is very prevalent in Japanese folklore.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's forgetting about one's past only for it to come back to haunt you.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Do you have any other examples of that? Blanking on that one, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. I know there are a few, especially, I don't know if contemporary, but on the African American side of things, African American folk horror, like the idea of assimilation into white culture, like the quote unquote prim and proper African American, like the as white people would say, like the proper African American, in media, the educated, the
Yeah.
one,
Yes.
the ones that speak well, to
Mm.
say what some people call it,
Uh,
and them kind of forgetting their heritage either as African Americans or their heritage even as African. Like that. Oh, what's the movie? Is it Ganja and Hess? Is that the title?
Ganja and Hess. Yes. Yes. Ganja and Hess.
Yeah, that one
Yeah.
typifies that conflict.
Yes. That is an
And
excellent example of folk horror.
and how I wouldn't say, yeah, I would say dangerous, like how disparate that can seem to somebody, those two cultures clashing.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen that one yet personally.
I
but
haven't
it's
either.
on my list.
I haven't either. It's on my list as well. I've heard it's excellent.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me see. Gone through a fair amount of films.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we touched on quite a few.
I know. Let's see. What I love is a good folk horror that really leans into the detestable protagonist, like 2019's La Llorona from Guatemala. I hope I pronounced that right.
La Llorona. I think that's right. Yeah.
La Llorona, yeah.
You had it right.
I've seen a couple of the older La Llorona films. They're always interesting.
I don't know too much about the mythology surrounding it, apart from what I have seen. Llorona?
Llorona. Okay.
La Llorona. Okay.
Well, there's a lot of history behind that folktale.
I heard some mixed stuff about the most recent adaptation, I think.
Yeah, I think I heard the same thing.
Mostly on the part of, like, it wasn't necessarily a scary film. I'm not sure it commented too much on, like, the accuracy of the folklore, because I know there's, like, quite a few folktales of, like, the ghost woman who steals away children kind of mythology. Which even in the documentary I watched today, like, comment on, like, La Llorona and, like, stuff with, like, the banshee.
Oh, yeah.
Or, I think even some myths about, like, the jinn in some cultures, in some stories. Like, they're all the same archetype.
Yeah.
But can also vary slightly depending on context.
Yes. Often the fears of humanity are quite universal, actually. Wise. This one is about a dictator haunted by the ghosts of the indigenous folks he had massacred. Ooh. Interesting. I thought it'd be mixed with the La Llorona story, though. It
would be interesting.
Yeah.
Unless the kids are his, that would make sense.
Yeah, might. Yeah, might.
There is also kind of a subset of, like, vengeance in folklore quite a bit. Like, even back to, like, the archetype of the Native American burial ground, like the vengeance for, like, the occupation of the American West and everything like that. Just Apostle, yes, that's another good one.
Oh, don't think I've heard of that one.
Island nation of very strict, like, pagan-esque group of people. And then, like, you have I think a foreigner who is a relative of, like, a new convert who comes in, and then, oh no, he's looking for her. He's searching for his sibling who was last seen on this island. Or last heard of going to this island.
That can't turn out good.
Yeah, so he tries to find her, and then everything that happens there. And remember when I said there were some instances of folk horror that get very intense?
Yeah.
This is one of them.
Oh.
This is one that got very, very, visceral.
Okay, cool, Skeleton. I'd like to stay and listen to you both discussing, but unfortunately a skeleton like myself still needs some rest. Bye. Okay, good night, cool Skeleton. Glad to have you
a good
here.
night, skeleton. Sleep like the dead, my man.
The mention of vengeance reminded me of another Vincent Price folk horror film, actually.
Oh, really? Which one?
Cry of the Banshee, which is
Oh,
strange because the Banshee in it is more like a werewolf than it is a Banshee.
really?
Yeah. But it involves a family curse. And it is set within, I think it's set in the 19th century in the film. And it has this family curse being visited upon the family through this individual who's manifesting the banshee through them. Which again isn't very much of a banshee, honestly.
Huh. I'll have to add that one to my list. I need to check out more Vincent Price stuff.
Oh, there's plenty
I have seen less than I would have liked, but that just means there's more for me to watch. So I am happy about that.
Yes, indeed. Oh my goodness. Are there any other films we can discuss or touch upon?
Let me look. Oh, I can talk about one I saw recently.
Which one?
Another one dealing with the archetype of the witch. It's called Malak.
Malak.
Malak. Moloch.
I don't think I've heard of that one.
Tell
us about it.
Movie from the Netherlands. Dutch horror film. And the premise of this is a couple inherit a house from... No, wait, I might think of it differently. Different plot, my bad. Supernatural things start happening around a couple and their family when a seemingly mummified female body is discovered in a swamp near their house.
Ooh.
And then things start going weirder and weirder as they try and delve in and solve the mystery.
It sounds strangely familiar, but I don't know.
Came out last year, so...
Maybe just reminded of something else.
Yeah, I have no doubt there's probably some similar stories out there. But it is very, very interesting. And as a matter of rating, I gave this 4 out of 5 stars. For the most part, I was sitting at maybe like a 3.5. But then the ending happened.
Ooh.
And it's not too subtle about it, but at the same time, when the twist is realized, it's one of those like, oh no moments. Like, if I could compare it to one in terms of twist, have you ever seen what is it? John Carpenter movie, one of his Apocalypse trilogy. Not the one. The
Prince
one
of
centered
Darkness.
Around Satan as a liquid.
Oh, Prince of Darkness. Yes, I've seen that one. I've seen that one. It's a good one.
It is, but you know how the twist at the end there is kind of like that drop of like, oh god, things aren't over. It had a similar feel here.
Oh no.
Yeah, exactly. And it was such a drop, and I figured it out like a little before the movie was over, and then the sequence that happened afterward was like just they continued to like just descend with it. It was so tragic, but at the same time so well executed. I thought I would absolutely recommend it. Well, the earliest adjunct folk horror tells us Hexen.
Hexen is a good film. Hexen is very good. I actually really recommend it. It's an excellent film. Why Hexen is so interesting as half medieval reenactment of woodcuts of witchcraft, half demystifying expose of mental illnesses from 1922. Yes, it actually
Oh.
spends a lot of time saying, "Hey, this behavior we thought was all witchcraft, all it was people who were having mental issues. So
Mm.
we should just not, blame witchcraft for it."
Yeah.
But some of the witchcraft scenes are very well done,
Mm.
very well done, and it's shot as sort of a documentary style
The
docudrama.
director plays the devil?
Yes, yes, the director plays the devil, and he does an excellent job of it. Yeah, he's having a ball. He does an excellent job of it.
Oh man,
If you
I
could,
have to look into this.
it's in the public domain.
Yeah,
Accent.
like I'll watch it.
So yeah, if you can find a very high definition quality version online, it is worth a watch.
I'm sure Weiss has one for me. If anyone has it, it's him. HBO in America.
America.
Okay.
Nice.
Well, so yeah, you're sorry,
Yep.
Max.
Yeah.
Dumb name. But yeah, that's my most recent venture into full core that I found, and I was really glad to have found it.
Well, they're still going on. Still plenty of films coming out about it. Probably more coming on the way.
I'm excited for that. Especially if we branch out more into like what other mythologies and things like that. If we don't necessarily stick to all the same ones we know.
Yeah, explore different cultures and the like.
Explore different creatures even. Like, go out and find some random one from like South America and have it like transplanted in North America for some reason, so that way no one knows how to deal with it.
I saw someone once suggest that there should be a movie made about the Segwa.
The Segwa?
The Segwa. And I agree, a Segwa movie would be very interesting, especially since you could do symbolism with it.
What is the Segwa?
So the Segwa is a demon, South American, I believe. It appears on the roadside at night disguised as a woman. It usually looks for travelers. Back in the day, it was on horseback. And it had the face of a horse, a horse's skull for a face.
Ooh.
Breathed poisonous breath and had claw-like nails on its hands. And its sight is said to drive people insane. If you put the woman in front of you while you were riding, she would turn behind to look at you. But if you had her behind you, she would try and make you turn your head to look at her.
Ooh.
Now, I think that would make some really good symbolic exploration of different social ideas.
Yeah.
It would make an excellent film, and I don't think a film has ever been made about the Segwa.
Honestly, it almost sounds like a fantastic D&D creature.
Yeah.
If I'm being honest, yeah.
I first heard about it from, again, Short and Shivery, which had a story about it in there. The Short and Shivery collection, by the way, is wonderful. It's horror stories that are based off folklore.
Yeah.
And I highly recommend it. It is a children's book series, but it is really worth reading. Wise,
have to check it out.
bring back the Penanggalan?
Penanggalan?
Penanggalan? What's a Penanggalan? Please, educate.
I have heard the name.
Our scholars must be educated.
Let's see. The Penanggal, or Penanggalan, is a nocturnal vampiric entity from Malay ghost myths. Its name comes from the word tanggal, meaning to remove or take off, because its form is that of a floating disembodied woman's head with its
Oh, those things, yes. Mystics in Bali, didn't they have that in it?
I think so.
Yeah.
Oh, an Inhuman Kiss. That
Yes,
is
yeah.
a really good movie.
I know of it from Mystics in Bali, which is a very interesting film and really goes in that sort of thing.
Oh, hang on. I want to say I want to say there was like a short film or like an episode or something like that that featured that creature, but I can't remember what series it was from.
Well, he's from the
Oh
director
shoot.
of Lady Turd. Oh, that movie.
Let me see.
If this might surprise you, my dear scholars, your Omniversal librarian does have some knowledge of horror films and science fiction films and the like.
Hey, you need to be well rounded.
Oh yes, of course.
Plus, you're a being of knowledge, and I suppose knowledge of movies counts as knowledge.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Um, I can't find it. I can't find what it's
Okay.
from. I want to say it was like a Korean anthology series, an anthology horror series from Korea that did it. And it was like a single one-shot episode where it's the story of this girl transforming into one,
Mm.
and like everything goes along with that. But
But
it was really well done. I was very impressed.
wise, but are you aware of the lost skeleton of Cadaver Cave? Well, I am aware of what was her name, Amarella, and I haven't seen that movie in a while. Yes, I am aware of that film. I am aware of that movie. But no, yeah, it would be interesting to see more obscure monsters make appearances in film,
Mhm.
since there is so many out there that just don't get much. They don't get highlighted that much.
Yeah, they don't get much fanfare. They don't get that much recognition.
No, and there's some really horrifying ones out there.
Hmm. Though I will admit, I am a sucker for a good werewolf movie,
Oh, werewolves.
and those are hard to do well.
Oh yeah. Someone noted that The Wolfman might count as a folk horror film.
Oh, that might be true.
That might be true.
Um,
It is set in a rural area with a
It's-
threat being born from a curse there.
yeah, it's someone venturing out to, well, as I think maybe like they put it in that film, like
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to visit the gypsy camp. It's like
Mhm.
I'm forgetting what they prefer in place of that, because I know gypsy is kind of like a slur.
No, they use that
nowadays.
word. They use that word
Do
in the
they?
film. In the original film, yeah, they use that
Oh,
word.
oh yeah, I know they do in the original. I'm just trying
I
to think
can't-
of what they prefer to go by instead.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Um,
Romani?
It may be Romani. I think that
Romani,
might
I
be
think.
it.
Romani, I think.
But yeah, visiting the Romani peoples and is beset upon by the creature that they were trying to keep
Mm-hmm.
away, and that's how it all happens.
Yes.
Um,
It's a very atmospheric film, too.
oh yeah.
Iseo, can you define what makes something folk horror for me?
We touched on that at the beginning of the discussion.
Yeah, do you want to take this one?
Sure.
Okay.
Basically, what makes it folk horror is horror with a basis in folklore or myth, and typically takes place in a more rural setting or more isolated environment.
Mm-hmm.
Does not necessarily have to involve supernatural occurrences, but typically involves like an othered practice, i.e., paganism,
Mm-hmm.
or something like that, that defines a certain group of people.
Yeah. Wicker Man's like the ultimate example of folk horror.
Yeah, I would agree there.
Yeah.
And, oh god,
Oh, such a good movie.
I know, I love it so
I
much.
love it so much, and it's a film that actually every time I watch it, it puts me with it doesn't scare me, but there's so much dread in it because
Oh,
you
yeah.
know what it's building up towards.
Mm-hmm. There and oh god, like props to Sir Christopher Lee, like his depiction of like basically the village head is
Mm-hmm.
so unsettling. Like he is so charismatic,
Mm-hmm.
and yet you know just from his gestures and everything, that like, well, for one thing, he's in absolute control of the situation.
Yes.
Like, there is zero question about it.
Yeah, there's never a question of it being out of control.
And the fact that he is the leader of this entire village means that like everything just goes according to his plan. And like, once you're there, now there's no getting out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's that hint of dramatic irony there, and like, you've arrived on the island, now you're doomed.
Yes, because at no point is the hero actually ever in control of the situation.
No.
He thinks he is, but he isn't.
And at a point, he thinks he's won.
Yes.
He thinks he's done it.
If anything, the most chilling thing of the film, I'm not going to spoil the total ending, but the fact it ends with the villagers smiling, happy, and singing is just chilling.
Again, that people can do such heinous things with a smile on their face.
Did you know there was going to be a sequel to that film originally?
There was?
There was going to be one. With the same main character in it.
Ow.
I'm not going to spoil it because it would spoil the ending of the other one. I'll say this, though. The script for that, I have heard the radio performance of that script. That movie gets weird.
Weird. Oh.
Very weird. And it actually borrows from another folklore history from Britain, which is the I can't remember. It's the worm, the something worm, the Lindau worm. I think that's the name of it.
I would not know.
I can't remember. Lair of the White Worm is based off the same myth.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the Bram Stoker story.
Yes, which is considered one of the worst novels ever. But it's the same myth, and this thing was going to be the sequel to the Wicker Man, and it is beyond bizarre.
Wow.
Beyond trippy and bizarre.
Also, I think a bit of trivia just on Wicker Man. And Weiss, please correct me if I'm wrong. I want to say that Christopher Lee worked on that one for free. I don't think he was paid for that one.
Yes, he did. He worked on it for free because he loved the script so much, and he worked very hard to get it put into theaters, and he worked very hard in promoting the film.
Oh yeah, like he didn't just work for free; he helped produce pretty much.
Yeah, he wanted to promote it. The sad thing is that we can never see the original cut.
Oh, was some footage lost?
Some footage was lost.
Oh.
They've managed to restore it to as close as it was supposed to be, but some footage was lost.
That is tragic.
Yeah.
Especially if it was more Christopher Lee footage, because goddamn it.
Most of the footage that was lost was stuff that set up the film, including some backstory for the dear police officer.
So some prequel stuff.
Yes. That sort of shows the sort of man, and hints the sort of man he is.
Story of cinema, ain't that right? Yeah. Oh, man.
It's a shame. And of course,
we didn't get it wasn't a poor movie for it. Like, it's still an amazing film.
It is an amazing film. Never should have been remade, but there you go.
I'm morbidly curious to look at the Nicolas Cage one.
It's
Nicolas Cage.
It kind of misses the point of the original film, honestly, and tries to put a little. It tries to wrap around a lore that kind of doesn't work as well. Because Wicker Man very much is dependent on that English setting, that typical English folkloric setting. It's very dependent on that. And the remake tries to move it to America, and it doesn't work very well because of that.
I could see that being problematic. Dang it! What year did that one come out? Hang on. that track.
Yeah,
2006.
it also, ironically, it tried to make the protagonist too likable,
Ugh.
which kind of ruins the point of the original movie.
Yeah. Yes, it does. At least we got a meme out of it. Like, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, yeah.
I was gonna say, just the early 2000s were a terrible time for Hollywood adaptations of other countries' horror properties.
Yeah.
Like, the ones that stick out in my mind are The Ring and The Grudge. Like, oh god, The Grudge is almost literally a shot for shot just with white people, and then The Ring was just terrible. It was not good. You want to talk about poor adaptations of folklore and like stuff like that? That was it.
Well, the difficult thing with remaking often stories that are based off another culture's folklore is when you move it out of that context, it loses something. It doesn't work so well.
Does.
Weiss, FT really needs some quiet end in the system. That is such a good movie. I love that movie.
Weiss has lent it to me. It's on my shelf.
Oh, it's a good movie, and it's a very it is folkloric in its own way. It's a very long movie, and it's very artistic. It's 2 hours something. It's nearly 3 hours, I think. It is.
Oh no! You gifted that one to me. Sorry, it's on the pile.
The second story in it, which I'll spoil, it's called The Snow Woman, is amazing.
Oh, that was the sequence that came up in the documentary.
It is amazing.
That's the one they specifically mentioned.
Yeah, that is an excellent example of Japanese folklore horror in there. Yuki Onna, yes, it is. The art direction for it is amazing.
I'm excited to see that sequence in context. It was only a clip that they showed.
Is it the scene where he's running through the snow with the sky?
Actually, no. It was more of the Yuki Onna herself.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Just a clip there. So
yeah.
Removed it mostly from its context, so I should be able to watch it and still be as amazed.
Yeah, but yes, with the problem often with adapting folklore from other cultures and trying to move it to a new setting is once it's out of its original contextual setting, it feels off.
It feels hollow.
Yes, it's like you're using it as a prop for something.
Yeah. You're trying to give people the scares, but you completely miss the point of the underlying, like, there are lessons to be found in these stories, not just scares. And that's the problem with those early 2000s adaptations was we're doing it for the scares, but you're missing the impact. You're missing the context.
Sorry. It's
No,
like before when we were talking about the Wicker Man remake. They try to do the whole paganism thing again in it with a sort of a different cult idea. But because again in the original Wicker Man, in fact, Christopher Lee's character says, we gave them back their old gods. That's a very important aspect to the story.
Yeah.
It's not like just a new religion or belief system born wholesale out. These are old customs. These are very old customs and ideas and thoughts and beliefs that are being brought back into the modern day, which is, again, part of the chilling idea in the story. When you try to do it in America, it doesn't really have that cultural basis like it did in England. I mean, that's not to say America doesn't have its own like folkloric ideas, folkloric things like that, like old beliefs and such, superstitions. But to try and move a European-style paganism idea into a US setting is
Bizarre.
it's odd to say the least. It doesn't feel right.
Mhm.
It feels, well, to put it at least, fake.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Hmm.
I'm trying to think of other like examples of like just poor context in like stuff like lost in translation sort of instances. But those two, like just the absolute whitewashing that took place in the early 2000s,
Yeah.
is the majority of what I can think of.
Well, again, it is, like you said, because they went into it for the scares and not the dread.
They're not gonna watch it if it's not a white person in the lead. Are you kidding me?
I'm looking at a couple, to see if there's anything else I forgot.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
What do you think lies in store for the future of folk horror? Because I I recently, out of morbid curiosity, decided to watch Slender Man, the movie.
oh no.
It's not good. It's really not good. It's a baby's first horror film. Like, I don't know if I rated it lower than the Bye Bye Man, but I might have to give some idea.
No, no.
Because at least the Bye Bye Man, I had fun tearing apart. Slender Man was just like, I don't like this. But that brings to mind that idea of there's like these new modern sort of superstitions and tales that pop up every so often.
Yes.
Slender Man being one of the more popular examples of it.
Yeah.
That kind of become these like zeitgeists for like of mystery still, like of superstition, of like the unexplored, the unknown. Oftentimes, unfortunately, it is the cycle right now of, ooh, this is really creepy, this is really cool, they've made a game out of it, okay, that's all right, they made a movie out of it, ah, crap.
Yeah.
And just, again, losing the context and just doing with it what they will.
Well, it's like a game of telephone. The more it goes along, the more it loses what made it frightening in the first place.
Yeah. It's that whole thing of like, well, the mainstream's got it, it's dead.
I do agree with you, though, that, there is whole schools of essentially new folklore which have been born out. It's kind of separate from urban legend, kind of born of it. But I think we might be seeing some of that revisited in the future, because we're always creating new folklore. Let's be honest. We always think that we no longer have to have that in our culture. We do. I think folk horror it's going to continue to grow. I mean, it's been popular enough. We might not be seeing it being the biggest thing, but I do think it's become a popular enough genre, and there's been enough successful films recently, and I'm sure some that have been acclaimed by critics, that they will sort of explore that more often. Kintron, SCP is creating new folklores. That is true. I forgot SCP.
That's very true.
That is very true. So we'll see more of that sort of thing.
I would even say, like, the hope, at least this is the hope anyway, if copyright stuff can be, maybe drawn back a little bit over the years, we might get to see some properties that are, behind paywall be put back into the public domain again. And then with how ravenous and awesome like creatives are right now, like they can just take things and take off with it.
Yes, I agree.
Like just make something new from what was rendered stagnant for so long.
Hmm.
Um, like, it's the oh my wait a minute.
Hmm?
Oh my god! Okay. Question:
Yes.
do you think Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey counts as a folk horror film?
That's a good question. I don't
Because
know.
you could think of the 100-Acre Wood as the quote unquote land that gets tainted by like adulthood.
I didn't think of that.
And then when Christopher Robin tries to go back, like it's the consequences of his actions that warped Pooh and Piglet into these monstrosities.
Oh my goodness, I forgot about that film.
I haven't seen it yet. I really want to.
I've heard, I'll be honest, I've heard it's not that good.
Oh, of course not. It's not going to be a good film, but the fact that it's a horror movie based on Winnie the Pooh, like, it's not going to work, but I want to see the fire.
Oh yeah, I think that might count.
I think so. You could call Winnie the Pooh almost like a folk story icon, like this childhood fairy tale, like boy who believes his stuffed bear is alive and lives in this enchanted little area. Like it works.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Hmm?
Do you think we'll get a Disney folk horror universe?
I don't know if they'd go for that. That would be interesting though, because Disney has tried sort of horror. I think what was that? The Watcher in the Woods. I think they tried
or
once.
is it just The Woods?
No, I think it's called The Watcher in the Woods, and it
Hmm.
was their attempt at making a more horrifying, intense film back in the '80s, and it did horribly. The only thing
Because
is,
it's yeah,
it
not
involves
Disney.
aliens, so it's kind of science fiction,
Oh.
so it's not really horror, but it is kind of.
It was their attempt at something at least even like skirting the edge of
Yeah,
it.
yeah. It also is infamous for having to replace its ending completely
Oh no.
because they created this model for the Watcher in the woods that we see. I can't remember if it was because it was too intense looking
Mm.
or it didn't look good enough. I can't remember which one it was. There are three endings. Yes, there are three endings
Oh my
because they went
gosh.
through three different focus groups. I think one of the endings is missing, and the two other ones exist. And one of them was literally they just pasted a white light over the special effect they had originally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would, like I said, I would almost count that as folk horror, but again, it's got some science fiction elements in it, which are kind of like.
Oh my gosh.
Hmm?
I just thought okay, it's not a movie,
Mm-hmm.
but the moment I say it, I think you're going to agree with me. Over the Garden Wall.
Yes, yes, that is folk horror.
That
is-
is oh,
That is complete.
fantastic.
That is completely folk horror. Completely. It hits all the right notes.
I love that series. I try and watch it almost every autumn season because it just fits that tone so well.
Mhm. Yes, it fits it completely.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
We need more. We need more animation like that. We need some more. I would love to see some like folk horror miniseries.
I would love that. I had always thought, what would be neat? I wish there was like an animated series that adapted folk horror stories. Like short, frightening stories from folklore.
Oh my gosh. What? Oh, and this is like I am crossing every single one of my fingers and tendrils for this.
Mm-hmm.
Are you aware of Cabinet of Curiosities by Guillermo del Toro?
I am aware.
They could do so much with folk horror short stories in that
Yes.
series.
Yes, they could.
If they can adapt Lovecraft, they can. I would love to see them try and go for something like Ambrose Bierce or Blackwood. See what they could do.
That's a thing. We haven't had a lot of those writers adapted for, well, like M.R. James has been adapted by the BBC for a ton of times, but a lot of the other ones, they don't get adapted much. And it would be nice to see that adapted for television or for streaming. Nowadays, to introduce people to those stories.
Now, I don't think every single story should be folk horror, but I think it is a good opportunity to maybe like explore one or two.
Yeah. I mean, I know Ambrose Bierce's The Damned Thing has been adapted once. But it was adapted very loosely, let's say. Yeah, but I don't think Algernon Blackwood's been adapted. Why? It's bad. Yeah, it's bad. It's a bad adaptation.
Okay, fair enough.
I don't think Blackwood's been adapted much.
If not directly adapted, he's definitely just had influence.
Yeah.
On a ton of it. The folk horror and just horror fiction in general. I need to read more of his stuff. I've only listened. I want to read it.
Yeah,
I won't read it on stream.
Blackwood had some very interesting concepts for horror.
How would you describe his style?
That's a good point. I don't know, because I honestly kind of lump Blackwood and Bierce together in a sort of... They have a feeling to them. Not a style, but a feeling. A very... How do I even describe it?
I'm trying to think based on the Bierce stories I've read, if I can think of a good word for it.
I don't even know how to describe it. Supernatural. The use of supernatural is very unique to each of them. I can't remember.
I'm not sure.
I'm kind of blanking.
Yeah. I'll need to read some of the stories again.
Yeah, I'll have to too.
Oh, look at that. We've come full circle back to literature from what we did.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we've been doing this for 4 hours now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't feel like it, does it?
No, it doesn't. Oh my goodness.
That's just the sign of a good talk. Did you want to continue going later?
I think I'm running out of energy, honestly.
Okay, that's more than fair.
Yeah, I think going back to literature, this is honestly a good way to close it out. Are there any closing thoughts between us?
Oh, let me think. Just that, like, and the documentary I watched earlier today definitely helped this. There is definitely a avenue of terror that only folk horror can really touch upon.
Yes.
And whether it be in literature or in film, I think it very impressive that so much of it has withstood the test of time and also been the subject of such prolific adaptation. And I am excited if the signs of like The Witch and Malak and the signs of these films, if they continue to be made, I'm excited for what's coming next for the genre.
I agree with you totally. I think folk horror is a genre that it can explore so much of our raw understanding of our place in the raw understanding of humans' place in the world, raw understanding of emotion, and that feeling of alienation. And it is something that should be explored more. It's so easy to forget, that folk horror in many ways is the original horror. It is born out of those original tales that people told. And it is something worth revisiting.
Agreed.
Agreed. So, my dear scholars, thank you, FTWastes, for coming to this wonderful talk and discussion, and thank you for the story. It was wonderful.
It was an absolute pleasure to be here, and I was so glad to listen to yours too.
Oh, thank you. We should see who we can raid tonight, if there's anyone.
Sophia's still streaming
Is
Control, I think.
Is Sophia still streaming? Let me see.
I think. At least she's live right here. Let me refresh just to
Okay,
make sure.
yeah. Well, let's raid with Sophia then.
Sure, let's go for it.
Let's go for it. So, my dear scholars, I say unto you, good evening, good morning, good afternoon. Till we meet again at the study. Take care, and I shall see you next time. Bye-bye.
Still there, Matsu?